Choppers, better cook those risks, cold blood on my fists, we fire starters, one out of a million marine show sights, always get a feeling that I won't deny that work, never could toss, look at my eyes, I'm on the rocks, guys.
Hello everyone, this is me, your boy Nym. It is the day of the TNG first tournament, and it is me, Nymuel, and our co-host on this side.
Tricky Tracy, thank you very much, Nymuel, for the introduction. I'm looking forward to a great evening of Runeterra tonight, with 42 competitors lined up for the top prize. It's going to be a good night.
Yeah, it's going to be a very nice game, so we have a lot of people to actually see in the tournament, and I'm very excited to look into the games, because there's going to be lots of interesting games.
Perfect. Do we know who we are going to be spectating first, and we have any idea what decks they've decided to bring tonight?
Firstly, I would like to be honest with you guys. I have actually no absolute idea how to use Battlefly. So I'm trying to hear and gonna be just go into the game, spectate them and talk about them. I absolutely don't know how to look at the brackets because I didn't really have time to look into. But maybe the next one we're gonna be seeing them as well.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of discovery to be done along the way. I mean, there's going to be a certain bit of fun in jumping into every game and finding out what the hell is going on there. But I'm sure we'll work it out. I'm just looking forward to seeing hopefully some interesting decks. Hopefully not just all the same stuff we've been seeing the last few days in ladder. And hopefully people aren't using this as too much of an opportunity to train for Worlds. I'd like to see some things that are a little bit outside the box here. Some maybe not so meta decks, but I'm sure we'll find out.
Yes, I mean, I've been looking forward to seeing some of them unique meme decks as well, or whatever they think is going to be their homebrew or whatever. I'm interested in seeing lots of varieties, but if it's going to be the meme, not memes, just the meta, I'm accepting that as well. I mean, we can see a good place with them as well.
Of course, look, the standard of player we've seen in this, and we will see throughout the tournament, it really doesn't matter what sort of deck they bring. We know they're going to play it well. They're going to play it pretty nearly perfectly, and because of that, we do get to see some really good Legends of Runeterra either way.
Yes, of course. So I have been checking out these people, and I think we're gonna be finally find someone who to spectate though. They're going to be starting their games shortly, so we're gonna be just seeing in a while.
Very good. Can you remind our viewers how long of a delay is on between us and what's actually just happening?
So there's going to be 5 minutes of delay right now currently. So there's going to be a bit of time for us to communicate with them because this is the first tournament for Nym Team Gaming and Team Nym Gaming. But it's going to be be a chaos or be very fun.
Well, let's embrace the chaos and make some fun of it either way. And best of luck for the start of the, as you said, very first Team Nym Gaming tournament.
Yes, if things are going well, and possibly, I'm hoping so, there's going to be another tournament as well, speculating next month as well. So, tell me, what kind of matchups would you like to see in the tournament right now?
Well, To be perfectly honest, I want to see some darkness. It's been a long time since I've seen darkness get played. It's probably not in the best place, but it's a very favorite deck of mine. Those of you that know me, have seen my own gameplays, would know that it's a very fun deck, and I would really be excited to see any one of the 42 contestants tonight bring that as one of their 3 decks. Of course, trouble is if it is brought, it's probably going to lose, which is a bit upsetting, but hey, I'll take what I can get. Do you have any particular decks or even styles of deck you're looking forward to seeing?
Technically, yes. I've been kind of like hoping to see more of the failure the decks archetypes and less of the Noxus or PNZ that's kind of being on the ladder right now currently. It seems like the PNZ has been seeing lots of plays, but since the nerfs has been kind of like happened to Seraphine, it's going to be seeing some less play, I'm hoping. So ban system is going to be pretty much interesting because people are going to be kind of like not sure what to bring, what to ban, or there's nothing to counter right now. It's going to be like disaster for people to just
Course,
choose
like
something.
as we know, the meta is wide open at the moment, and of course, and our tournament being the classic Riot lock, where you can, as I'm sure we've all played this before, where you bring 3 decks, ban one of them, and you can only have each champion and each region pair in any one of those decks. So, yeah, a lot for people to consider. Let's say, likes of Seraphine, as you mentioned, who was really in charge of the meta until very recently, and she got quite a nerf or level up condition, might be coming out of the meta a bit, but people could preempt that and say, hey, I can bring Seraphine because no one's ready for her right now. And there is that level of mind games that we're going to see between especially the better half of the players in this bracket.
Yes, of course. It's going to be pretty interesting to see what we're going to be seeing here, though. It's going to be some of them more interesting ones eventually because of the variety is going to be happening right now. But surely it's going to be interesting later if we're going to be kind of getting them unique decks and everybody bringing the new type of decks are kind of like on the ladder right now. Like
You mentioned Freljord. I mean, Jinx has suddenly found a new deck in Freljord. I'm not quite sure how good it is. People are calling it, discard mid range. We see the new Udyr buff to what is his champion spell that is allowing you to buff all of your allies by 1/1 everywhere. That is actually, that seems to be somewhat of a coherent deck, and it is great, as you said, just move away from the PNZ Noxus that we've seen in charge for so long and just take a look at the other regions. There are 10 of them after all.
yes, I mean we've been seeing like since I was presuming like the Jinx buffs that kind of happened was not going to be making any difference, but it actually kind of did make some difference. There are going to be kind of like lots of decks with Jinx. I've been kind of like seeing Echo in Jinx and the Jinx alone in Freljord.
It's certainly an interesting one. Now remind me, Nim, when did you start playing lore? I know you weren't in at playing much at the very very beginning, but do you remember the days of Draven discard aggro or Draven Jinx discard aggro when it was at its prime? That was a Jinx deck.
Yes, I mean I played the game for like 1.5 years. I think it was around last year, was it? Yeah, it's been that long though. It's been like 1 year since like I started playing this game and even like streaming at the same time because that's the game I started streaming at first. And then I eventually started when Shrima was coming out. And at the time, like Jinx and Draven was a big thing, and I really loved that deck. So, and it's seeing a comeback right now.
It certainly is, and it's crazy to think how strong those decks would be if they were in the current day with their full power. I mean, the likes of Draven is a 3/3, pray every day. Rummage as a one mana burst speed spell. I mean, there's quite a lot of cards that, and even Flame Chompers, which came out a little bit later as a not really in discard aggro, but in some of the other Jinx decks. Very very good card.
Yeah, the Discord aggro is something has been seeing less play after the changes and the new regions coming out, like Bandle City. And because of how fast they can actually develop the board, it was pretty hard for them to kind of like see play because they couldn't just kind of spend all their cards and make a wide varieties of boards and beat the game and beat the enemy. But now, since like Bendel City is not even seeing too much play, I think it was the counter for these type of aggro-ish decks because of the small yordles in arms and everywhere. But now we don't see too much of that. But because of that reason, Jinx and Draven can come back really.
They certainly can. I think there is the fact as well that usually in these lower metas you get one good aggro deck. You know, for quite a while it was the Annie Jin list. Previously we had Pirates, which were, you know, if you weren't playing Pirates as your aggro deck, you were wasting your time recently, you know, for a long time. But it is great that, you know, even though you know, even though I'm not a big fan of aggro as a playstyle, that there is always a decent option, and well, you know, one of those happens to be at the moment Draven, Jinx, discard aggro.
Yes. Let me try to look into what we can actually find playing right now. I see a couple already started playing, so let's spectate what is Saddleberry right now.
Okay, so we have Saddleberry versus Lamparty.
Oh, they are already in turn 5. We talked about too much. I
Yeah,
felt
we
like
talked way too much.
Way too much, way too much. Like I was
So that's
looking.
like what we're looking at here. We have what appears to be the classic Red Gwen Noxus list on the side of Saddleberry, and our opponent is playing some sort of what is that name?
It looks like it is Victor and Riven right now, currently. And yeah, it's an aggro versus Gwen and Katarina and Alice. For some reason, it actually showed me like there was like no people starting the games, but they already started. So
Very subtle. Well, look, it is
very apologizing for that. Suddenly that happened. So
we're here now. We get to experience what's going on, and really, it's quite difficult to tell who is winning at the moment. The side of Saddleberry does have quite a decent hand with the Harrowing, which is a fantastic card for probably a bit later in the game, and Lamparty though does have Riven on the board, has probably had it out for a while, which means these blade fragments are racking up, and soon this OTK deck will be able to do exactly what it wants to do.
So we will be seeing like a bit of problems over here in terms of knowing what's going on at the moment. But we are seeing that like after turn 6, it is all about just setting up cards right now. I mean, it would be quite nice to know what the beginning was. I really do have to apologize not seeing anything before that. But you know, this is what it's all about. The chaos you guys wanted and seeing right now.
On the note that we can make some good guesses as to what would have happened, because this Rune Square has suddenly become a 4-1, which means there must be at least 2 Hallowed stacks already in the pool. So very likely Saddleberry opened up with the usual playing of the Boisterous Host, the 1 mana Hallowed unit, followed by the 2 mana Hallowed unit as well. So that would explain where those Hallowed stacks come from. On the side of Lamparty, we do see that there are 3 blade fragments already in hand, so they must have come from somewhere. At least 1 from Riven, at least 1 from this Rune Square, but the 3rd one from somewhere else, unless that Riven survived the 2nd turn.
Yeah, it seems like that they have like spent all their cards at first so they can actually develop. But it is just about like playing cards off the cards, and they're gonna be just developing the blaze fragments and deal a lot of damage with elusive that we're seeing play the cat over there. That is kind of looking very dangerous.
Yeah, the cat, of course, usually not being that threatening a card. It's a 3 mana 1/3. Sure, it's elusive, but of course the synergy here is that these blade fragments will buff that cat, granting it +1/0 every single time
So-
one of them are used. So it's going to get out of control very quickly, and this deck of Saddleberry not really known for interacting well with the opponent.
So we are seeing like the Katarina play over here. So there could be a way to stop that cat, but let's see what actually is gonna happen right now.
Now, interesting, a very good heads-up play from the side of Lamparty, knowing that, hey, Flock could be a concern, but the only way to activate it is this free Blade's Edge. They go ahead and put Tough onto Victor to guarantee that is not going to be a concern.
So Sadalbari actually goes for destroying the 2-1 instead of like trying to stop the cat massively increasing in strength. But I guess the Tailstone's gonna probably surely help. What do you think?
Hopefully, look, I can understand why Saddleberry would choose to go that line. They're seeing that the Katarina has a potential win con for them, that they can get this rally up and running. But yeah, now excitingly enough, though, we do see the crumble come out. As you said, these Tailstones being quite useful.
Yes. So Salabari went for Victor instead of the cat, which is actually pretty smart. Because Victor can go and be like very devastating for late game, but it seems like Lampa is actually just running out of resources.
Of course, I mean, if we look to the Lampa's hand, they have 3 blade fragments, they have a weapon, and they have this get excited. None of which are going to be helping them to close out the game anytime soon. So it's quite likely we'll just see the +2-0 blade fragment committed here, so the cat can push 6 damage. Of course, over the next few turns, that elusive damage will add up, but nothing too concerning just yet.
Yes, and it's gonna be pretty much dangerous for taking so much damage at once, and the HP can go down pretty fast in this deck. We'll see like how much burn Lampa is gonna get, but the Saddlebari's hand looks a bit bricked. But
it's not great. We have this flock that really we don't expect to get many opportunities to. Lampard will know that they can't actually block with the cat even into one of these smaller units because of the risk of flock, and we probably don't have a good enough pool to justify using the harrowing just yet. So Saddlebar does need to survive probably one more swing before they can close this game out themselves, and that could be difficult.
yes, and it's pretty hard to kind of like lose units to resurrect with the heroine, especially since like the opponent doesn't really want to lose or trade into units. Lampa here goes with the big Lampa goes here with the big damage, and possibly takes all the hit here. That's very dangerous.
I think they do have to take the entirety of this hit. Look, going down to 5 health isn't particularly nice, but what are you worried about really? Of course, the Katarina will open next round with a rally, so there is something to consider there. But on the side of Lampard, you probably are looking to just close out the game with your open swing. Swing of the cat, maybe throw a few more weapons on it, and finally kick that get excited to the face to take what I presume is round 1.
Yeah, it actually quite seems to be pretty dangerous to kind of like not have any triggers, but maybe a top deck will kind of solve the problem. But it doesn't seem to be too bright because of the toughness. No poking cards could kind of like go through that.
Of course, and if I'm familiar with this deck, while it does run the one copy, it does run the Shadow as Tailstones, it's only a one-off. So now that Tailstones is used, it's very unlikely we have the other that could be used, let's say the Spirit's Journey at fast speed to prevent this cat from hitting face. But yeah, Lampard knows this. They're going in. They have one chance to win this, and they are looking at it.
Oh, they went all in with the cat buffs and looking forward to hit on open attack next turn. Will there be a top deck? Oh, doesn't seem to be the look gooding.
No, and that is GG in our first game of the first match of the stream.
Yeah.
I hope so.
That was just the first game. It should not be the second one as well, as in gonna be much more games, but we will be seeing them pretty soon, as the first round is gonna be taking a while. But a lot of people are waiting for the second round to start because there's a lot of buys in the first round. So we're gonna be waiting for the second round.
Of course, I mean, as we said, the tournament is quite a bit more, of course we knew it was going to be successful. I mean, it is your stream after all. Quite a few people did sign up, and look, with that many people, unfortunately there are going to be a couple of buys, but look, it is what it is. Everyone's here. Everyone will get to play their games at some stage.
I'm just very, very happy that everybody got to do this, join the tournament, and everybody who kind of like wanted to participate into the event. I'm very happy, and I'm just very thankful. Just want to say that.
Look, going back to the game at hand, Saddleberry, choosing to pass turn 1. What are they up against? We see the 2 red regions. It can only be pirate aggro, right?
It is
Oh.
pretty decent. It is Twisted Fate, Annie, and Katarina into Gwen, Katarina, and Alice. So it's gonna be pretty much slammed units on the board
Units
and
go face
and
see
go
who wins.
face. Yeah.
Now, in that case, very heads-up line from Saddleberry, opting not to play a one-mana unit on turn 1, holding up and at least representing that Quietus, which of course will spell doom for both Annie and TF in this list.
Yes, I mean there is multiple versions of Annie and TF, but I personally think like there's so many versions, but people are afraid to actually split the variety of changing the cards, like changing the champions into some that is aggro. Annie is pretty much good in aggro, but people don't take it in TF deck, TF and Misfortune deck, because they are kind of like thinking that's kind of how it's going.
Slots. You've got your 6 champ slots, and you really do need to best use those. Now, of course, this deck is probably aiming to play, well, aggressively, also playing for that late game, where we can presume that at least 2 copies of the Ravenbloom Conservatory, which is recently slightly buffed, are sitting in Lamparchi's deck, which will definitely change the tempo of this game quite something when it comes down. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
That's
Make It Rain coming in.
Pretty much in clutch, hitting almost all of the targets, but the most important targets.
Of course. Now, an interesting observation we can make here is that from the side of Saddleberry, one would presume, hey, that means there's no TF because they're spending this Make It Rain to clear my units already. Whereas we know with the gift of caster vision that there is in fact a TF sitting here. So interesting use of our resources, and we'll see how that pans out for us as this game goes on.
So what's the next move gonna be? Is there gonna be Gwen or Katarina? Which will be a better choice? Gwen does not do too much. Katarina could ping something here. Also, Quietus seems to be like something that can be done as well.
Of course, look, it is quite a difficult decision. Part of it does come down to how many Ravenous Flocks do you expect your opponent to be running. Whereas playing Katarina, we know she doesn't really have that much of a block, but the Blade's Edge she'll produce is absolutely invaluable. However, Gwen, look, she can hit the board and do not very much until next swing when she starts draining 2 on every single attack. And that's something that, if the game goes on long enough, could prove absolutely invaluable.
Yes, I mean, the control tool with all these dealing with 1-drops is pretty high in the game. So metas tend to be kind of like having a board style of more than 2 HP units. But
oh my god, and Saddleberry would be wishing they had some 2 HP units right now, because the second Make It Rain comes out and they are looking down the barrel of a 10 Nexus HP attack. And it's only turn 4, Nymuel.
Oh, it's actually, the games are very, very fast, if that's how the games are going to be in the future. We might as well look up what Lamparcy is going to be playing next then, it seems, but I'm still want to kind of like root for Saddleberry to go to the next round, so we're going to have a 3rd game. So Lamparcy goes with the gold card here. It seems like
that card will probably spell doom for Saddleberry. They just don't have the resources required to stop this this potentially lethal attack without committing another one of their Gwens. And I don't think they can go down to 1 health if they really want to, but it just won't be enough. They know it, and unfortunately Saddleberry does bow out in the 1st round of our tournament.
Pretty sad, aren't we all? This is how it went for the 1st round. But there's gonna be much more games after this. Even though Lamparcy just wanted the enemy not to have subtle barrier, to have like that 2 HP drain. That stun came in clutch, even though before he could actually done like an AoE, but Making Rain was already there to remove the whole board, so there was not even a chance, didn't even leave a chance.
Yeah, look, occasionally you get these matchups, especially with aggro, that sometimes they just draw these hands that are absolutely unstoppable. And, as I say, you're not, 20% of your games, you're just not going to win. So it's unfortunate, but you just have to dust yourself off and move on.
Yeah, I mean, it's just how it is. I mean, it was the first game, but it's gonna be more chances for others. Not everybody cannot be a winner, but yeah,
Of course,
that's how
but
it is.
speaking of others, how about we hop in to see if there's any other games live at the moment before we finish up on this round one, because I feel as though that's probably one of the shorter ends of our round one games.
So let's see. We can go for. We have. Hold on. We have.
We really are spoiled for choice here. I know Glor, Croc, and Lino and Lucy are all parts of this tournament, so pick your poison.
Glory is actually already in the game. I see him. No.
Unfortunately, Glor appears not to have gotten the memo about allowing spectating.
So this means we can't really spectate it. See if
That
we
is
can find
something
something
I will
else.
sort out.
Alright. It seems like we got Evil Onic versus Lino.
Lino playing both red regions. You hate to see it.
We have Nar Ash on the gun.
Now that's spicy. I'm very intrigued.
Now this is what we wanted though. This is what we wanted against TF and NA. This is what we wanted.
That's all I want to say. So we have 2 copies of the newly buffed Shatter in hand, which is a 1 mana, slow speed, frostbite an enemy, or if it already has 0 power, deal 4 to it. So apparently Freljord has picked up its own Ravenous Flock.
So, well, let's see what we have in the opponent's hand, in Lino's hand. There comes the TF, which is pretty important to trigger the landmark. Landmark is already at 5, and it seems like
we're really making quite some progress there, and you'd have to imagine that by turn 7, Tibok will be hitting the board, and we find a second Ravenbloom Conservatory.
Nice, pretty well done. We see on Evilonic playing the Ash with lots of Heroine in hand. We might see some Heroine action with lots of Ashes.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the idea of the spooky Ash archetype. However, I'm familiar to seeing it being played with Thresh. Usually a great champ that can pull these Ashes from your deck. Gnar is quite a new take on the archetype, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out against this very, very heavy removal based deck.
Yes, I mean, technically, spooky Ash decks want their units to be removed in some cases, so the enemy runs out of resources how to deal with them later with 1 Halloween to spook the day.
Very, very good. And of course, that is the thing. These decks on Lino's side specialize in dealing quite a good bit of removal to single target enemies. Make it rain. Okay, yeah, they ping multiple things, but they damage them slightly rather than remove them. It's going to be very difficult to deal with a Harrowing, especially when the multiple Ashes mean that you will not be able to block into any of the Harrowing.
Well, it seems like Lino is defeating the second I saw Ash, so there's going to be at least a minimum 2 Ashes resummoned.
Of course, now going into turn 7, unfortunately, with the recent Harrowing nerf, we can't afford to play this Harrowing, and they are just clogging up our hands.
And there we see another bad brick in the hand and exactly not enough mana. If it would have been not nerfed, he could have cast it right now. That would have been super great. But it looks like it's gonna wait 1 more turn.
Of course, and with very few other options to do, Evilonic has an easy decision in snapping a Vengeance at the first of at least 2 Tiboks. Get that off the board. Look, its effect prevails, but it's also a big overwhelm unit. You don't want to deal with that.
Yes, of course, he needs to deal with them immediately before they do start spamming them cards, because after a while, every single character gets extra power, meaning that it's going to be very, very hard to survive later. So needs to start controlling the board as soon as possible.
Of course. And speaking of controlling the board, board control is going to flip very much in the favor of Evolonic next turn as they play the first of the 3 harrowings. We're probably going to see a harrowing on every single attack token for Evolonic as the rest of the game goes on. And it's just a case of who breaks first.
Evolonic played a nice stance swap on the unit, so it kind of took the bait of Lino, killing the unit, making a full board of Harrowing on the board. That's gonna be an excellent open attack.
It certainly will be, and probably not the unit you wanted to remove. If you had those removal tools, you'd probably be much happier using them on some bigger, scary units. Of course, you don't want to waste removal on ephemerals. However, you do when they're hitting you for about 20 damage.
They went fast in without thinking, like making space for all the characters. Well, there we go, Lino trying to defeat one of the Ashes, so Ash is not leveling up faster. After Ash levels up...
wrong, Nymuel, but did we need to commit the Disintegrate there? The damaging spell, of course, would already been buffed to 3 damage, so I'm not sure why the Disintegrate was procced there. Was it just to finish off the Ravenbloom Conservatory?
Well, in that case, I suppose it would have been because, I don't know, possibly he wants to... I absolutely don't know. Possibly thought like there's going to be some flash freeze to level up instantly the characters.
Potentially, but of course that could be done at burst speed. It struck me as a bit of a curious play. And besides that, back on this turn, we do have another Harsh Winds. This attack really doesn't phase us all that much. And the second Harrowing coming out undoubtedly next turn should spell doom for Lino.
That is an excellent Harsh Wind, as well as removing the spider from the board. So we have, again, much more Ashes this time around. There's going to be 4 Ashes and
of
pretty
course,
much Doom.
They're leveled, which means no frostbitten enemy, or enemy with 0 power at least, will be able to block. So I'd be curious to see how Lino, with the pitiful hand that they have, deals with this one.
It's gonna be pretty hard with it, and it doesn't seem like Lino is drawing too well. No side of instant counter for anything here. Not even anything, I think, could be working out pretty well, unless like there could be like a Riptide Rex, or
of course, but we do need to hit face before the Riptide Rex can actually use their effect. And oh my word, 4 Ashes. And the Frostveil Archers, of course, a play effect, not actually doing much here, but there's still 3/1 units that are going to, well, push that little bit of extra damage to put the nail in Lino's coffin.
It doesn't seem like that Make It Rain will cut it. Imagine just disintegrating and Make It Rain, and maybe hit all the archers and one of the enemies.
But that is not the draw you want to see. Sometimes Make It Rain hits, and sometimes it does not. Lino really realizing that right now, and Evolonic probably feeling pretty comfortable now.
It doesn't seem like there's anything but here to do. That
will be game.
The
only question is that also match? Because of course we don't know what the other results were.
Let's wait until the results and see how they are going. It seems like there is a chance that was just the second game, and sadly we don't know that, so we have no way to see that for some reason. The game doesn't allow us to have that information, but we will find out very soon, as well as oh, okay, we see like
looks like and again an interesting deck on the side of Evolonic. Bard being played with Ionia.
Nice. So we'll be singing actually another match. So that was the third round, right?
It must have been, yes.
So we will still need like 1-1, if I presume correctly, in case
And I have confirmation here from Lino that this is in fact a round 3. Unless this game goes very, very quickly within 5 minutes, yeah, this will be a round 3.
I can see the numbers are going in 25 minutes. It's definitely around 2 late
yeah.
or 3.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. So we see like turn 1 Conservatory over here again, finding on the first hand.
I mean, good players always draw their 1-drops on 1, right? Have you ever played against a Teemo player that didn't have Teemo on turn 1? It's just how it works. It's the rules.
Exactly. I mean, I try to play Teemo, but I guess I'm not that good of a player for every single time drawing it. But it's like...
Of course, turn 3, sorry to interrupt, but now Bard's effect does kick in, and we can get chimes on any of our cards on a particular draw. And of course, onto these elusive units, that's going to leave quite a mark against Lino's face, who probably can't block any of them.
It's actually pretty much a problem to hit actually any chimes apart from what you want not to recall. So every single card he gets the chime on is getting recalled. That's a problem at this point, because, but it's harder to remove. That's at least that.
Of course, I do remember when this deck was quite popular. It was famous for how it was so strong despite all the anti-synergy, where you're putting these big buffs onto units only to take them off again, and somehow you were still winning.
Yes, and actually this was one of my favorite decks as well in a couple seasons back when Bard wasn't nerfed. I think this is the time I got like above 600 LP just playing this deck only. And I even said that even though you have negative tempo, by recalling your 2-powered unit, you still kind of win somehow. It's insane.
Of course, I suppose when you are recalling these dancing droplets, for example, and drawing a card, you are furthering going through your deck, finding these other buffed units and advancing Bard's own level of condition.
Yes, and
Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Bard, nicely buffed to a 3/6 thanks to his chime, is now in the hand of Evolonic.
in any case of and any other way, I usually always say like it is never the win con to have Bard in your hand. If you manage to have like 2 Bards in your hand and use the signature spell, that is the time when it's actually the good part, so you can activate chimes. But it's never the win con, it's always the win con to get the units buffed by chimes and hit the enemy nexus.
Of course, look, we've seen ever since Bard even being at his peak, Bard is not a good card. Chimes and Bard's origin, fantastic, but Bard himself, really not that good. You have to put him into combat to get his extra benefit. And of course, until he's leveled and you actually start getting this board-wide buff for every chime, he just doesn't do very much. He's one of the few champions that you never want to see in an opening hand.
It is of course the same mechanic in this what we're seeing here with elusive damaging the face. Like the new Teemo and Zoe decks has been on the ladder right now. It's about like buffing small elusive units and winning the games. It seems like Elviel actually kinda thinks of that strategy and actually use it again, bringing back a good old deck.
Interesting. We see no safety block here on the side of Lino, saying, "Hey, you know what? I don't care about that Ari hitting for 3 damage." When really, maybe you need to, because there's quite a lot of elusive damage coming in, and Lino doesn't seem to be in a position to win the game before the next elusive attack comes in. So I'm curious to see what line they take to try to clutch this one.
It was pretty interesting to take that 8 damage. It's kind of like making you pretty dangerous to lethal, if you ask me, with these elusive that cannot be blocked. It seems like he has something in mind. Has something in mind that he's gonna be kind of like getting that right cards. Doesn't need to block.
Well, the first step in the right direction is finding your own elusive, which will be able to block at least one of the bits of damage coming in.
It seems like the control is gonna be like mattering if Lino is getting the right cards in order to hit everything with Make It Rain right now and control the opponent board. It doesn't need to worry about health because elusives and Bard doesn't really have much phase damage.
course, its units are its face damage, and that's the only way it can get through. So while you have an elusive block on the board, you're not feeling too bad. Evelonic opting not to save the Ari on this occasion, though, but rather just saying, hey, I got another one, I'm going to play that instead.
Yes, I mean, there is infinite amount of elusive that you can actually generate with the recalls that we're gonna be seeing here, and we just kind of like see a lot of draws through the recalls.
Yes, the Dancing Droplet is putting in some work. I'm not sure if you remember, Nymuel, but Dancing Droplet used to have a tune on top of everything else. The card used to be free.
Yes, I remember that. It was in the time when Irelia was actually on the top ladder, and they kind of did quite some recalls, and it was technically free recall, like a level up Ari does right now, making it free if you recall.
Of course, and this leveled up Ari, quite the concern for Lino. Very,
There
very
is
little interaction at fast speeds. Generally, it takes 2 O's to be able to kill anything with this deck. And yeah,
there seems to
not
be
much
like
that can
no
be
mana
done.
left for Lino, so there is a safe homecoming coming here, but recalling the tie block seems to be pretty much putting you in danger, as you can play it again to get the extra buff. Is
Of
that
course you can. However, you have got to pay 6 mana for it, and you're going to need that 6 mana to not lose while Ari comes at you next turn for what's almost certainly going to be lethal.
Oh, this is one very interesting thing here. We're seeing like a new card. I mean, I'm technically saying new card because people back in the day didn't use that for 3. And since it got buffed for every recall, it costs 2 less instead of just once. So he can play, Evil Knock can play, Evil Onic, sorry, can play it again for 0 mana.
Yep, that's fair. That is absolutely ideal. Another unit on the board, another unit that is going to push quite a bit of damage, and the top deck couldn't be better. Just when he needed it, Evelonic has found a deny to stop that last-ditch effort that may be able to make. And I think that's probably just game.
It seems like the the attack with Ari and the path can be disrupted, but there is too much of elusive. Doesn't even need Ari to finish the train, but lets the trains go through. So I think that's kind of game, right? Isn't it? For Evil
That is
Onic?
it, I believe. Yeah, we've seen 2 wins on now on the side of Evelonic, and I believe Lino had actually won the first game, so a final score of 2-1, and Lino will be going home in this first round.
So we see like that is gonna be for the first round. We will see pretty soon round 2. And what do you say if we kind of still watch Evil play the next game?
So I would be interested in that. However, there's a match that I'm very curious to see, and that would be the match between the 2 TKG members, Smooth Soloist and Ace Bombastico, which could be a very interesting game because, very importantly, a TKG member has to lose, which is always fun to see.
Yes. So which one would you say? What would you say? I didn't pay attention.
So I definitely have some preference to see the Ace versus Smooth game. 2 very good players, and I think we can expect some very high level Runeterra gameplay from them.
So which one did you say? Didn't really catch
Ace,
it. Ace.
Ace and Smooth. These guys, yeah.
Ace and
there we go.
Smooth.
Yeah. Now, I don't know what friend challenge Ace is in if he's not playing against Smooth, but I'm sure we'll figure that one out shortly.
I see like Face and Smooth not in one game currently, so we were gonna see saying like something different, then we're gonna quit the game. Hold on.
Okay, time I think to take a look at the bracket and see where in God's name we are.
Yes, that's something we have to refresh once in a while. Okay, so I see like
So it turns out this is a round 3 game. So there's round 2 games haven't even started yet, and we've already jumped into round 3 game. Ace Bombastico having beaten Smooth Soloist in their round 2 game, which took place because they both already had buys. And we're probably getting a bit ahead of ourselves by watching a round 3 game here.
So this is round 3 already.
Indeed it is.
So we're gonna be watching a round 3 game right now. It's just started, so I mean it's already started. It's on the 8th round already.
Okay, we really are getting places. So let's talk about what we see here. A classic Kindred Nasus, a very, very fond deck of mine. I've had good times with this deck. Very, very powerful. And on the other side, Chakatuni, presume that it's going back with the regions. I think we're going to be we're looking at a Seraphine Victor deck. Of course we are.
Sadly, we cannot see Choco Tuni hands because it did not request a friend request that was supposedly in the details, but not
It's
to
okay. I
worry.
can actually tell you what's in Chakatuni's hand because we know they're playing back Alibar. So they've probably got 3 Demacia cards, about 2 Bandle cards, and a Noxus card. Because why not?
Because why not? Don't you worry too much because we are seeing like 2 Barkeep allies. We're not gonna be seeing or knowing what they're gonna be having. It's gonna be like randomness all over the place.
Of
But
course, we see a flash of brilliance that refills enough mana from 4 mana back up to 6, enough to generate a vengeance that then kills our champion. It's just P and Z things.
yes, it seems like you can see the difference between good players and bad players. Since the good players have like so much mana and cards and so many things in their hand, they don't even know what to do with them. Meanwhile, we see like 5 cards and not a lot of choices, while the Chu can actually have many.
You know, I'm not sure if Choo Choo's their name, but let's go ahead and call them Choo Choo because they are like a freight train right now. They're going to push so much damage, and there's very little Ace can do about it. We'll probably see a Vile Feast come out just to try and mitigate some of this damage, but this is gonna hurt.
It seems like we can call him Choo Choo because the train is going through Ace, and it seems like it's gonna be very, very tough because it seems like the mana cards and the cards in hand is not gonna be kind of like changing so much because everything is almost for free to play, and there is literally not a lot of things Ace can do.
Of course, with every new card, thanks to the bar being reduced now by 2, it's very difficult for Ace to even play around anything. Of course, this generated spell from the Fan Club President should cost 5, reduced to 2, further reduced to 0. So there's now a 0 cost, 5 cost card for Ace to play around, and there's not much you can do about that except roll over and take it.
We'll be seeing like Ace killing his own salami, which I like to call salami, and kind of like shows us that the despair is there and there's literally nothing to do here. Just kind of watch and lose your sanity over all these cards.
Of course, and now our Zalani is gone because of the second Quietus, which is Chakatuni chooses to use in the form of the secondary effect to destroy a piece of equipment. Now, there is one out for Ace, of course. They can play Nasus next turn, and then the following turn they can find the Atrocity, the main win con for this deck. Take Big Boy, put at face. It really doesn't get more simple than that.
That's literally the plan. So it all depends on that one draw, as Nasus needs to be very, very big. We will see very, very soon how large is that doggo. In case it's gonna be very large, it might help, but there might be some answer coming.
But it doesn't matter because we have generated a Blood in the Water, the 5 mana, now costing 0, rally from Bilgewater.
It seems like a rally is useful. It didn't really matter that Relentless Pursues and Golden Aegis got buffed to 5 mana for the Fun Club, if I can say that.
It really doesn't, because you know what? There was always a better option in the terms of Blood in the Water, getting 1 to the face, rallying again, and Ace not even getting the one last turn that we expected them.
that was the first round. That was very, very quick, by the way, if I can say that. We're going to
I
be
suppose
seeing...
despite going in 10 rounds, it did feel as though it went by quite quickly, given the fact that one player was winning all the time.
Yeah, it's how it is. The things are going pretty smoothly for Choo Choo. Let's see how the next game is looking like.
Okay, so Ace is of course running it back with their Kindred Nasus list, while Chakachuni is on a Ionia Shadow Isles deck. Now we know that you can't include Victor because, well, because it's BNC, but this is the Karma Master Yi list, the new version of Spooky Karma, which is quite a difficult deck to play. I'm curious to see how well this one is piloted. Of course, we can't know really without the hand vision. So let's see how this goes.
It is gonna be a very interesting game as they have tons of tools. So I could not think of having an atrocity lethal, but not a lot of units as well. I'm not expecting from Choo Choo, as Ionia tends to always counterplay, but there might be a lot of Dragon Links.
There's certainly maybe we also expect that this Nasus is not going to spend long on the board at any one time because Ace Bastico does have the opportunity to be homecoming, recalled, vengeance, stunned. That Nasus is going to sit on the board and the back line, and that's about it.
Well, we saw a pretty interesting play here with the weapon to go pretty wide, so we have seen some damage here. Since there was some minor changes, adjustment to the Caretaker, now giving a 3-3 body instead of a 4-2, was it? Now it's a 3-3.
Yes, that was the change, which was the third change to the card. The card initially, back in the good old days, was a 4-4, which was nerfed then to a 4-3. Then a 4-2, and that's a fourth change even, and then finally back up to a 3-3. I'm sure in a few patches time they'll change it again, because if it's broke, why fix it?
Well, as in earlier stages of the game, a 4-3 seemed to be very, very aggressive in this playstyle where you just develop very, very fast using the Butcher 0 mana card and anything that is 1 mana and generates a big body for slay
Of course,
effect.
and that is one of the biggest weaknesses of these types of Ionia decks when they're faced with a wide board. It's not Freljord, they can't really do very much to these wide boards. They can just try and manage and weather the storm until the Dragonlings come out. Chakatuni is dying for an opportunity now to use 2 spells so they can get a Dragonling out to the board next turn. And we do see it. The second Master Yi in hand being used in terms of Muju style will manage to keep our Yi up, activate flow, and generate a Dragonling next turn. So pretty good turn for Chakatuni, all things considered, despite taking the 7.
They are taking the 7, but they're gonna get another Dragon Lake very, very soon after their turns, and they can generate afterwards, depending on what kind of cards they have. Since we got the newest edition, little cards like Momentous Choice, the double cost a spell, in doing the flow is pretty easily, that's what I can say. It's gonna be not very hard. But certainly it will be pretty interesting that the slay effect through the Dragonling will be kind of like beneficial for Nasus.
Of course, you really don't want to be feeding the Nasus all that much because, well, you know, the deck should have plenty ways of dealing with Nasus. You'd rather not have to and to use that resources to stay alive against the myriad of other threats that are on the board.
So there we see another way to save that.
Save the monkey. Very, very good.
They need to save the monkey, otherwise they're gonna be running out of cards pretty soon. Every single time I play a Master Yi deck, I always feel like I'm running out of mana. I'm just feeling like I'll always play on curve and never able to do too much because I'm playing all my mana. And it's gonna be pretty hard to keep up if there's not gonna be any card draw.
Yeah, the Shimon Wind is so key to this deck as a constant card generation, but also creating a spell for you every time it hits next as well, which is hugely beneficial now for Chakatuni as they get the second Eye of Dragon to the board, get 2 Dragonlings now, and Master Yi slowly but surely becoming quite a large unit.
And there we see the salami play instead of the large dogger. And there
We see
was...
a pass.
Oh, that was a pass. They took it. They could have done tons of damage with the salami, but choose not to.
Ace happy to say, you know what, opponent, if you want to sit on all that mana, I'm fine, which is quite a play.
It was not a bad play if you ask me. They really want to go for late game and don't really want to play too much. But that was a very interesting pass over there.
Yeah, quite a heads up play. I'm curious now to see, of course, how big this Nasus is, because Ace may be somewhat reluctant to play it into this huge bank of mana that Chakatuni has now developed. But they really don't need to either. They can just play these small threats, go wide, remove perhaps one of the Eye of the Dragons, and threaten lethal without even committing Nasus to the board.
Well, I do think like it's gonna be pretty hard to go through all that Eye of the Dragons since they're gonna be healing quite a lot. So attacking seems to be like always impossible. It was kind of like over, so we have to somehow figure out how we go through, how to get past of that army of dragons.
I think Quiet is a good first step to try to not deal with them in the first place.
Yes, it is quite good, but removing only one leads to a problem that there is already another one. So removing it is kind of good idea. It seems to be like very much a hard choice to go for. There is already a Shimon Wind that wants to be removed also.
Quite a few options here. You have to imagine though that the Eye of the Dragon has to go. Essentially, it's two blockers, and even more as the turns go on. And Choctaw does let that go, so probably a good read that there's no Nopify in the hand, because that would be a very, very juicy Nopify.
Very, very juicy. We see here big tide pots and giving them the card they need. They can look for a slow speed, fast speed, and burst speed one. So it kind of could be... Oh, we're seeing some Go Hard as well. Have you seen that before?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the deck should run 3 copies of Go Hard, because of course, I suppose it does generate spells. It's a cheap spell, but finally, when you have leveled karma, it does become a win condition in and of itself. Being able to deal 10, 10, because of course the second one won't go off, but being able to deal a lot of damage to the opponent's face for quite cheap.
It seems like Yi is very close to leveling, but the flow never seems to stop there. It's gonna be pretty hard to go through that board right now since that Dragon Link got out of the way, but there's still another one, like I said before. So what do we do here with that problem?
It's going to be quite difficult, because while we do want to remove these Eye of the Dragons, we're also stuck in this position where the Master Yi is also concerned, and so is a Scattered Pod, and so is a Shimon Wind, and we haven't even begun to consider what's going to happen when a Karma hits the board.
There is so many threats here, but Nasus has Fearsome. A Dragon Link without buffing cannot be blocked, but it is pretty easily to say that the Choo Choo always has a buff, because Ionia, when does not have a buff, please?
I'm sure we'll see very, very shortly.
There is still a
Ace
chance.
is representing the 5 mana, which is a very scary amount, because 5 mana, as we know, is the exact cost of Nasus's champion spell.
Yes, I guess they are kind of like holding off because there could be a deny in hand over here, and Nasus is not that large to commit into an attack unless it actually removes a couple of threats. We see a pretty interesting attack here. Oh, and it actually commits. Doesn't even want to remove the Tide Pod over here and goes straight on damage only.
Yeah, Ace smells blood here and is going to try to push as much damage as they can. We know that it's not going to be lethal. They don't have the tools to do that, but hey, this is a pretty good swing. And opting at the moment to trade the Nasus into the Master Yi. Bit of an interesting line.
Well, it is sort of impossible to save that Nasus that's gonna be removed in any way, like recall or whatever kind of cards that there is, like Vilifiania, Unworthy Soul. There are tons of removals, but trading into it also is a good idea, so they cannot play it again for vengeance. I mean, for an atrocity.
Now, the Black Spear was shown on the stack there, initially targeting the 2-1, but of course, one shy of lethal. Ace instead opting to send it in the way of Master Yi to preserve their own Nasus, and maybe the dog can fight another day.
Well, that was pretty weird to do on combat. I guess it is like Ace was like, if Choo Choo is gonna be kind of like doing something about it, well, Choo Choo can't do it. And actually didn't save it, but there comes the karma right now. That is a big problem because it's very much almost enlightened, and I guess it is me or you, it is whatever, doesn't matter that it is on 3 HP because it doesn't matter.
Is enough. There's going to be a lot of healing, and even the likes of Ionian Tailstones, which had health pot removed, but that other Karm spell, Ritual of Renewal, I think, that's going to heal for an awful lot if it's given the opportunity to do so.
Oh, I almost forgot about like healing potion got removed because every single time I see a karma, it's like I don't care about the opponents, how much HP they got, they're gonna overheal you no matter what.
There was always a frustrating line where your opponent plays Karma and you're like, okay, I think I can be okay. And then they play the Ionian Tailstones and they get 2 health pots. And then those 2 health pots become 4 health pots. Like, yo, for 2 mana, for like 3 mana, they just heal 12. That's like, you know what? Cool, I'm gone. Go next.
Exactly, but since they normally only run a couple Tailstones, they still can and will be healing for... How much does it do right now? 4 healing?
4, but also draws a card. It does replace itself, so being doubled would heal 8 while drawing 2. And that's exactly what a spell-focused deck wants, to not have to spend very much mana to get card draw. And you have to think that if Shakatuni can survive this one more round, they're probably game to win.
Exactly, and it looks like it's gonna be a pretty interesting play here, as we got like one single spell and the opponent has 7 card. There's gonna be either a strike happening to that karma, or it's gonna be denied and it's gonna be over. But we have like one more problems. I mean, Choo Choo has a problem that there is a fearsome, an overwhelm unit that can go for lethal.
Yeah, it's a concern, but I can imagine it's going to be quite a few stuns, it's going to be a few extra strikes, and
there it is.
That's it. The stun comes out. We don't have a deny for this NASA spell that can come in.
So
we do need to hold a deny up, because right now we're concerned about the atrocity. Unless we have 2 denies in hand, we actually can't deny the siphoning strike.
The thing is, Karma is leveled up. It can cast double spells, meaning a Vilifiania will remove the spell shield before.
Of course, but do we have that? I'm sure we'll find out shortly.
There was 4 spell cards, so that's gonna be a little bit...
Pretty good odds of finding what we need, true.
Pretty hard. Although we can still have 2 units to use Atrocity for, and also if Ace survives one more round, there's gonna be another attack with the Overwhelm unit.
And the first one of the vengeances we have seen none of so far this game is in fact burned on the side of Shakatuni, so yeah.
And
probably won't make that much of a difference because Karma has hit the board and she is doing some work already.
Since Nasus is on the board, it's gonna be reducing the healing of the Dragonling, but the Go Hard has been triggering twice, and next one is gonna be Pack Your Bags, meaning it won't kill Nasus unless the spell shield is broken.
Of course, because the second pack your bags will just change into a go hard on the stack, and a go hard with no target will just fail anyway. But yeah, Choo Choo playing very, very slowly here, realizing they don't really need to feed the Nasus, nor do they really need to push that much damage. They're fine to just swing with their elusive unit, take the 4, and go on to the next game, probably feeling very, very comfortable with their
Ace
current
was
lot.
trying to do the Ciphering Strike. Buzz was like, if they're gonna remove the Nasus, Ace wants to play it again, so there's not gonna be any waste of a deny, since playing it would be easier. And also, since we have 2 1-draws, we can use and play Salami once more. It's gonna be one more big overwhelm attack.
Of course, and Choo Choo just not having any of this slow playing stuff immediately removes the threat and holds up quite a lot of mana to deal with either a Shalani or another Nasus.
So the Salami is again trying to get played through killing the another Bakai, but Choo Choo is always keep killing the unit, so there is no chance of development. It seems like it run out actually. There goes Salami, but will it be enough if they challenge the elusive?
Scatter Pog, they still don't quite have enough. They only push to 4 damage of the 5 they need.
They need
Opening
one
themselves
more.
up to a Siphoning Strike though. This could be interesting.
Oh, we're seeing some interesting play. Again, I see there's going to be 2 more go hards, and the next one is going to be the pack your bags. So there gotta be the Siphoning Strike with no deny and a huge damage. Guaranteed to kill it. Destroyed.
We just don't have the damage. Now, there is a concern, of course, that opponent does not have a fearsome blocker as it stands right now. So Jelani will, of course, pull the 4-3 out of the way, and Ace just has to hope and pray that there's no more stuns or recalls or well anything on the on opponent's side.
Oh,
It just
that
comes down
top
to this.
deck is pretty awkward at this point. There's gonna be just a hit, hoping the opponent doesn't have a buff or a removal for Nasus,
course they do.
And of course they have Vengeance. And now Salami actually dies again.
And not much that can be done on the side of Ace. They're playing against an opponent who is, very well practiced on this deck. I suppose you could say that Choo Choo trains with him.
It's gonna be pretty tough now.
Yeah, there's just too many threats. The game has gone on quite a bit too long for the.
But hold on a minute. What if there's gonna be an atrocity play right now? And next turn it can be still top decked.
Look, we can still top deck the atrocity, but again, we're still playing around recalls, and we're still playing around more healing. And the second Kindred just really not what you want to see right now.
It seems like it's still not lethal for the Choo Choo train, so there can be a one more turn.
One more turn.
One more turn. One more turn. Let's go. We see a
The
pack your bags
comes out
and it settles the game.
Shen emotes almost the exact same time. These players know it's up. They know it's over.
And even then,
the
they had the
style
deny as
deny.
well, so
Very, very good.
there would have been no chance for an atrocity as well. Well, that was the game of Ace Carrier. Now we'll see what people are actually in the matches. That was the round 3 already. Let's see how many people actually got onto the second one.
So I'm looking at our bracket, and I can see that there are still a few games remaining quite a number of games remaining in round 2. Legacy of Yona is playing against Evolonic, who we saw in the second game of the first round. That could be a good game to take a look at.
Legacy of Yone, you say?
Yes,
It's still in the second round.
still second round indeed.
So let's take a look at that. That must be a long game, playing controlish or thinking very hard. It's against Evolonic. They are technically only in 30 minutes already, so that must be only the second game.
So bear in mind, of course, that Evelonic did have to play that first round game, whereas the likes of Ace and his opponent for round two both had buys. So yeah, I'd say this is roughly where we should be for the tournament. Now this is a matchup we've seen earlier on, whereas Evelonic is playing their Ash Nar Spooky Ash deck. Legacy of Yon is on the Tibok Conservatory list.
It is a very interesting matchup. We saw this but reversed, and now that we are on round 5, it seems like now we can actually see both hands. It looks like pretty flash freezing hand, I can say, but there is the Harrowing already in the hand, so it's gonna be a good setup already for that.
All right, I mean, with 3 copies of the Harrowing, you expect to find it with relatively good frequency, but it is a key part, and if you don't find it, you can end up floundering around for quite a while looking for some way to finish the game, because as we know, Ash in herself isn't particularly good. She only really pushes the barrier a bit when she's there with the rest of her sisters, ready to win the game.
It is kind of like very, very hard to play a game of Harrowing if you have 3 copies. You can break your hand pretty easily. It's gonna be pretty trouble, and it's gonna be breaking your hand, but it's gonna be
Interesting line coming from Evelonic here, deciding to put the stance onto their little 1/1 spider, pretty much forcing removal from Legacy of Yon, and that's not really the card you wanted to spend your Death's Hand on.
It seems like he's worried about, Legacy worries about taking lots of damage, wants to be pretty safe in this game and pretty matchup, and gonna be taking less damage this way, but it could have been a waste of card, but no card is...
Table comes down, the very first one.
No worries about it. It's gonna be removing everything with simply 1 spell now, because of increasing the strength of your Death's Hand, but there's 2 Disintegrate that's gonna be in the way without triggering. Oh, there comes the trigger. That's gonna be a good way to trigger the Disintegrates. But we see like a huge board on the enemy side. Flash freeze on Katarina, and there might be a huge open attack. We see the sentry getting a good block on the another sentry.
Yeah, all 3 sentries found quite early, and they're quite good for leveling Ash by the time she hits the board. I don't know how many Ashes we've seen. We've only seen during our viewing 1 Ash. There could have been 1 more, but it's hard to say.
Well, let's assume there was only 1 since we saw the game since round 5. But
in which case the Harrowing isn't that scary. And looking at the hand of Evelonic, yeah, you do need your Harrowing to be a little bit scary. This 6-cost unit, of course.
That was an interesting vengeance over here, but there's gonna come in a huge tie bulk, the second one, not the first one, the second one. And
yes,
he
now
did
make it rain, dealing 4 to all targets.
So there comes the doggos with the 4 flash freeze, or that was 3, right? 3 flash freeze.
Yes, it's 3. Yeah, 3 of the archers buffing it from 1/1 to 4/4. A 4/4 overwhelm, not that scary, but still nothing to turn your nose at either.
Evil thought that the Katarina is more of a big threat than a tie bulk, so it's gonna be pretty hard for him to remove Katarina, since the attack could be unstoppable. Unless we saw now a flash freeze was drawn, that could have helped a little bit, unless it was have been controlled the attacker with a make it rain.
Now, what is Evelonic doing here? They're putting a slow speed spell on the stack. Is that a Harrowing? Are they going to Harrowing with only 2 more spaces on the board?
Well, that would have been pretty interesting to do so, but not sure. It would have been summoning Ash there for the second Harrowing to summon 3 Ashes, or how many would that be? 4 Ashes. Wait, 2? 2 ashes.
Well, if only one has died so far, we'd only get 1 back from the harrowing.
Yes, and the
so then
second
we'd
one
only get
would
2
have
back in
been
the next one.
next one would have been giving back the 2, so that would have
Yeah,
been.
so really not that good. We probably need a little bit more.
Oh, that's a gamble. See here.
Quite the gap. Now there are, of course, decent odds of hitting, this unit. I'm not going to do the maths on stream because I'm going to embarrass myself because I know it's not that difficult. Let's just say it's above 50% chance you do hit that 4/4. So
We got the note
Interesting.
that Tricky is not happy on stream. You should smile a little bit more when you are on screen.
make me. Yeah? I don't tell you to get a good haircut when you're on your stream. So anyway, Make It Rain comes out, does in fact clear quite a number of
And the
units.
lucky goes to Legacy. The pro players always hit their targets and even misses the sentry, so we're not seeing what evil Onyx sees in the next card row. And there comes
First harrowing, or first real harrowing, right?
yeah, the first real one.
The one that we considered earlier on and thought quite a bit better of. There's a decent board here.
Yeah,
Another
that's
Make It Rain coming out though, and these Make It Rains, of course, deal 3 to all units.
3 to all units. Again, the gamble over here.
The
2
biggest of
gambles. Double gamble. And even commits.
And it doesn't pay off. We miss on all 3 counts.
No, we only miss 1 disintegrate. We all miss both of
We
them.
miss both.
We
Yeah.
miss both of it. Oh, dude, that's not really good. When you take the gamble too many times, the first time around it worked, the second time around it did
Your
not.
luck was going to run out eventually, and a very interesting line here where the flash freeze is used to flip Ash, meaning she will survive the swing. And yeah, Tibulk is not permitted to block as things stand.
It's gonna be a huge hit. Will it be enough? There could be 1 Blade's edge killing one of the big targets, but it's gonna be just enough. Is it? No, it's just enough to
No, we need
survive.
to use our whole hand of resources just to not die here. And yeah, Evilonic, a bit surprised that one was not lethal.
Yeah, I was very surprised as well. And the Blades Edge actually went to the weaker unit, not the stronger unit, which was very surprising. I was not thinking that's gonna be not surviving. So
Another Vengeance snaps out though, and Legacy Uno just can't catch a break here. Every play they try to do is just being met with this wall of answers and kind of forced to play
Not
I would have
playing-
thought the TF red card. Blue
not
card,
paying the
just to find
TF red
something.
card. Oh my.
But good players just find what they need. Another harrowing comes out, and this
Oh.
is curtains.
I think this is gonna be a game here. Red card only dealing 3 damage, and the heroine is gonna be dealing the lethal damage.
GG.
Now-
I wonder if that is likely to be the 3rd game, but we'll find out shortly.
So what you thought about that harrowing? This deck has been performing very well in this tourney so far. The 3 harrowing I thought like was too much. It's just kind of like excellent, seems.
It really does seem to be good at punishing these decks that are able to go toe for toe with you, but only if you play quite slowly. When you put out this massive 1-turn threat, a lot of these the decks in the current meta do seem to just fold. And yeah,
Yeah, for me, I was like quite surprised that it was performing a little bit the way they thought it was gonna be. Like always having a 0 board with a very nice heroine, even though the first one was almost a pretty bad one, but it chose not to play it only for Ash's sake, and then had a chance to summon a huge board and then finished off the game.
indeed. Now, what are we playing against on the side of Evilonic here? Can you tell me, Nim? I see Bandle and I see PNZ. I see Lulu Jinx. Interesting.
Lulu Jinx we see here versus TF, Annie and Katarina again. So we're gonna be seeing some aggressive playstyle from the opponents. Meanwhile, we try to control
Control
them.
it as best we can. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
yours.
I've played this deck a number of occasions, the Lulu Jinx deck, and the difference in the deck when it finds a Lulu on 3 versus when it doesn't is absolutely insane. You really do need to have Lulu with the Flame Champers for this deck to become a threat. Otherwise, it's just a slightly worse aggro deck.
That was a very interesting aspect, as well as Evilonic not finding Lulu on turn 3 is quite problematic, but it is very interesting to see like running that 3 mana weapon in this deck that discards a card. I have never seen it in play before. What do you think?
This is being the Mecha Pulverizer in the hand of Evilonic.
The Mecha Polarizer. I did not
I
even
believe
memorize
that's
the
what it's
name.
called. It's a 3 mana plus 3/3. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
With the effect, you have to play discard 1. Now, an interesting card. A bit of an awkward one to use because, generally speaking, there's not really units you want to be sticking that stuff on, especially now that your Flame Trappers has been pinged by something. It's not really worth investing the mana to play the card onto it because Ravenous Flock is going to kill it either way.
It is looking pretty awkward for Evilonic to have the champion Jinx in their hands and having 2 Pokesticks, exactly the opposite thing what Jinx loves to do, discarding your hand, but that draws you a card. It seems like the early...
Of course, quite difficult to get rid of these Pokesticks when, as you said, if there's only one left in hand. Sure, you can use it then and get the rocket and then actually empty your hand the same action. But in the meantime, when you have 2 of them, you've got to get rid of them, win one of them somehow. And we're just finding more cards that draw cards. Someone tell Evilonic this is not how you level up Jinx.
Well, we're gonna be seeing how well they're gonna perform. The Make It Rain didn't really kill the Urchin, it misses the target, so there has to be use of Blade's Edges to get a full control, and there's going to be a very hard comeback from this while not having any units on the board for Evilonic.
Of course, the issue for Evilonic here is that Legacy Yona doesn't really want to play units. They are super fine to just wait until Tibok ticks down, and all these spells that we have in hand are just from the side of Evilonic. Sure, they can go face, but really, not just yet. Now isn't the time.
Sure, it is a good thing to draw with Pokestick and use on combat as well, like a Mystic Shot, and get a card draw, but card draw is not important right now, but needs to fish for cards to be able to play. Also, is kind of good control here against Yone, for Yone has no units as well.
No units on the side of Yone, but
It's
not really a problem. They're not taking too much damage. They're not threatened by the board, and the Mecha Pulverizer does come out. However, Ravenous Flock is looking kind of spicy here.
It's gonna be pretty easy to remove. Also, if Yone is very committed, then can destroy it, the one drop as well.
Destroy the equipment first. Wow, that's that is a very
I have not thought that, like you as well. Looking at 4 HP and being vulnerable, you always want to flock first and not do something else. But that heavy metal there was very spicy.
Finding quite some value and a very good play from Yone here.
So we'll be seeing like Tybalt gonna be on the next turn. It's gonna be pretty hard to come back for Evilonic.
Yeah, Evilonic just kind of throwing in the towel here, saying, you know what, screw it. You're at 18 health. I'll start chipping away at that because he's lost control of the board. He's never getting it back against these now buffed removal spells. And really, we're probably just waiting until such a time that Yone wins at this point.
So Yone actually thinks of not even playing the Tybalt because that would lead to not be able to use a Death's Hand. Meanwhile, Evilonic wants to play a Jinx as well to level her up as soon as possible, but Yone just doesn't want to let them.
Yeah. And of course, we have the fact that with 2 Mystic shots already spent, Jonas feel pretty confident that these zaps aren't going to be removed by anything else.
This is a very awkward draw, another Jinx, but at least it's gotta be going to level up and be able to shoot 7 more damage. How much? 7 more damage to the
They will deal
face.
7 damage, so unfortunately that's just not quite enough because the
After
issue Jinx
that,
being that now once she's dead, that's it. You've put so much mana into and cards to
that's
flip her.
yeah, that's gonna be pretty tough to recover since Jinx needs your cards to be kind of like go away and then somehow needs to come back as well. But that's impossible since there's no experimenter, augmented experimenter coming in the next draw unless I don't know how else it could kind of come back from
Yeah.
cards.
Yon is in a pretty good position now that they're not threatened by any top deck that Evil Eye could come out. Even if the opponent were to draw the Get Excited, they haven't got the other card required to discard. So yeah, that's just going to be game provided provided Yon gets a relatively decent roll from this Mirai Warden.
So from my perspective, there is already 4, 5, 7, 9, 10 damage going to face, and with Tybulk together, it's going to be definitely
A lot
lethal.
more.
You can count on a lethal. And there is the Lulu, even playing
Finally,
it.
Lulu appears. The Death's Hand comes out just so Evilanic knows, hey buddy, you were never gonna win this one, and throws in the towel. GG. And Yon, I imagine that being game 3 would advance to round 3.
That was the game. It was pretty interesting, but I think there will not be a round 3 as that was like was that round 3 or that was the second round because they had 10 minutes left.
I mean, 10 minutes left isn't an awful lot of time, right?
So that it seems like it was the last round. That's what I expected, and it was their second round. So we can actually check out who is on the round 3 right now.
Perfect. Now we do have one bit of housekeeping to attend to on the bracket where there's a result here that I know went to, yes, in round 2, JNSB versus the Shaker. That game won't be reported because the Shaker hasn't actually shown up. So JNSB wins that one and is currently playing against BBG Ashirogi, just so we're aware of that.
So, alright. Let me check out who's actually playing what at the moment. So, I don't see... Oh, I see Ashirogi right now. So,
Yeah, so as I mentioned, they're going to be playing against JNSB at the moment.
so they're starting right... Let's check it out if they've started right now.
Perfect. Hopefully we caught them nice and early. Okay, I'm going to guess Red Gwen versus...
We
I have
are
no
just
idea.
on
Does anyone know
turn
this
5. We got to... Let's see how they
Bilgewater
want.
with Varus. Oh my god, we're playing Nami. Oh, I thought we left this shit in the past. I'm done with this fish.
Well, it seems like you cannot drown that fish because it keeps coming
Can't drown
back.
any fish. They're fishing them well. Where were you going with that one?
No, it's not going down. So it seems like JNSB did not request a friend request as well. So we're not going to be able to see their hand. Let's just speculate what they are having. So we see like we are on turn 5. We are playing Gwen, Katrina, and Alice. Meanwhile, the opponent is playing Nami, Fizz, and Varus.
Which is it's actually a name for this deck. It's called Cringe Elusive. Yes, with Varus.
I've been seeing like multiple versions for that deck of Varus and Fishes. I've been seeing like the Shelly version where they run multiple 1-drops as well, like with Double Trouble. Or there is
Don't
only,
want to.
or there is only the elusive ones like the purple fish.
Yeah, I've been fortunate not to see any of these decks so far. Recently, I've come across very respectable decks like Teemo Zoe, respectable elusive decks. Oh my, but okay, back to this game. The Eternal Dancers are bringing back a Katarina. Katarina, of course, would have leveled on her strike if she hadn't been frozen. And yeah, all of a sudden the attack not all that threatening.
It seems like Katarina was dying and being resurrected through the Eternal Dancers, but the Flash Freeze, got into the way of hitting the target and doing a nice rally for the next turns. But there is another Eternal Dancer that could be coming in. But there's
Another Eternal Dancer will bring back another Katarina, which, I mean, that's cute and all, but this current Eternal Dancer will still bring back Katarina, so we'd like to see something better going into that death pool, maybe like a Ruined Reckoner, so we can really start getting some value coming.
it's gonna be pretty interesting because multiple Katarinas dying while having Harrowing in hand, though, that will resurrect them the months upon it's gonna be used. There's gonna be a lot of good characters that's gonna be rallying and summoning and giving another Blade's Edges.
Yeah, Blaze Edges could be quite useful here. I mean, look, everyone knows you're not meant to try to target Fizz, but hey, if you got a free card to target Fizz, it's worth a shot.
A free card is a free card. I always said the best price is free. Oh, there comes my favorite play. I always hated it.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, Quietus on the bow, and suddenly
you
Varus
love
is
it,
not the
but I
card.
hate it.
I don't play Varus. I only play against Varus.
You love it, I hate it. The Quietus on Varus is so devastating since you can't do anything afterwards. You have to let your Varus die to play the game so you get the bow again. Otherwise, Varus is going to be a dead champion.
Now, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I think that Quietus is actually one of the worst cards in the game right now for the game. I think that if they're going to rotate cards at the start of New Year, Quietus has to go.
The Quietus is not going the right place.
Oh no, this is not the Quietus.
That's not the Quietus we were expecting.
Oh no.
That's not the Quietus we were expecting.
It's double damage now, of course, because while the now 3/2 survives, Varus gets to see 2 targets, gets essentially granted +2 power, and yeah,
now
JNSB feeling pretty good about that event.
Now that Quietus seem to be pretty awkward at this point, and it just disappeared because of bad targeting, but it's not a problem for BBG Ashirogi because there's going to be 2 attacks with the dancers getting 2 Blade's Edges.
2 Blade's Edges, 2 Katarinas, 2 rallies for the coming out this turn. Like, how many times are we attacking this turn?
If there's going to be no removal for the Eternal Dancers, there's going to be so much rallies. But wait, the Flash Freeze kind of solves the problem because it needs to be having at least that much attack.
At least power, yeah, and we've no Hallowed stack, so ugh.
So this needs like at least 4 damage, but it's going to be one of them dying here, so there's going to be just a spider summoned for the next turn. Still, the enemy just not having enough mana anymore afterwards. Their rally is going to be pretty juicy regardless.
Of course, because yeah, the Katarina is going to push 4, then I can play it again, yeah.
That's going to be at least 2 times 4 and 4 Blade's Edges. And that's actually lethal with the Blade's Edges.
We actually have lethal just from Katarina. Wow, that is an unusual line. You don't see that plays out in this deck very often, but look, I'm glad to see it. We wanted to see some more obscure tactics, and while this probably wasn't intended, hey, it's going to do the job.
Well, I see multiple versions of lethal here, like Heroine, for example. or the triple Blade's Edge. It's up to your imaginations, but that seems to be lethal already.
Love to see it. And yeah, we see the spell stack in action, 3 damage going face, and probably nothing that NSB can do here. Unless, of course, one of these burrow fish generated some shenanigans, it's going to be game.
Obviously, people take Varus as a secondary region to gain the 1-cost card momentous choice through the coral fishes, coral creatures, and other generatable cards, because that's very much likely that they get it.
Yeah. Now, before we go into this next game, Nim, I do want to bring your attention to the fact that you do need to log into Battlefy. We have a few games where an admin does need to come in to clarify the results. I think in that JNSB game, for example.
Let's quickly do that, as well as wait for the second match of Ashirogi, if there's going to be pretty soon. Alright.
Fantastic. I believe that's the main one. So because if that game in round 2 against the Shaker hasn't yet been resolved, whatever, that Ashirogi versus JNSB you can actually put a score in for that one. That happens, and there's knock-on effects. So I think that game you need to just define that JNSB won versus the Shaker, and maybe some other ones, but I don't know them yet.
Exactly. This is literally what I said, my first tournament, so there's going to be some chaos as always, nothing going to be going smooth. This is not like a children's game, like the card game we're playing here. It is real life. Real life is always pretty hard.
I know, right? I wake up every morning, I'm like, hey, this is kind of difficult.
Life is always difficult, waking up is pretty difficult, but of course I've been waiting to cast this tournament today, but my voice seems to be kind of like talking like this, even though I'm not like this on real life, by the way, and stream as well.
We've no proof of that, right? For all we know, you speak like you're casting a tournament all the time.
Maybe I'm just kind of like changing my voice every single now and then in real life I'm somebody else. So we've been updating the match for GNSB.
Every time I make that mistake, it's a difficult name. Just have real names with vowels. Please, God.
It's up to people's imagination that it's gonna be like some sort of meaning behind this. I really like secrets.
That's fair. That's understandable, but I'm coming from a country where we can have names that are just all vowels. That's what we do here.
Yes, I can understand, but every single time we're seeing like some kind of like different feelings every single now and then to different names. I have like some sort of liking in terms of interesting names. The more funniers is one. I like funny names as well. I've seen many one of them, and I actually sometimes prefer that, but I'm not that person to have a funny name.
Are you sure?
Am I sure?
Anyway, do we stand now? So we have a few other games. I suppose you have the Battlefy open that we might see if we can jump into anything else.
Well, I could actually go and do that. Also, I'm trying to report a match. It actually doesn't really allow me, which is very, very weird though. As of, it doesn't allow me a match. Oh, here we go. I've done it. I actually wanted to add 2 instead of 1, so it works now. I don't feel like they want to start their next match. What happened to Ashirogi? What do you think?
What do you mean? What happened?
They don't start their matches.
I am not entirely sure. Let's just quit that spectate attempt and give it another shot, I think.
Let's give it another attempt though. Or maybe they quit the game already. Let's try it
Let's jump into another game.
Alright. Which game should we go? We see Legacy of Yon and Evil Lock, was it? Is that been done, right? Wait. They're still kinda in the game. So let's give it a look. they are in the game. Legislative Yone against Red Winter. There's the next game already. Round 3. Alright, let's go take a look.
Okay, so what are we looking at? We're looking at a classic Heim Jace versus some. Oh, I'm assuming this is the Quinn Fiora Vayne pile that just hits you 20 times in a turn, and oh no Fiora. Okay.
So we have Queen Wayne against Heimerdinger Jace. It seems like we are on turn 5 already with lots of passes. We see a champion on the board. I'm speculating it is having the Dark Harpin already on it as a fix him up on the...
Something we don't
4-1.
usually see on the board though is the Forge of Tomorrow, the 3 mana landmark that creates a 3/3 while also giving you some incentive to play a 6 mana spell later on. I presume it's only a 1-of in this deck because it is quite a novel card.
It is going to be pretty interesting here to see what's happening. Where did that 7 mana spell come from? I suppose it's from Reggie and the Ruination as well. So keeping an eye on Ruination here for the opponent is very, very important, as if they go pretty wide instead of pushing for lots of damage with the scouts, they're gonna get burned by removing their Vincons as well. But there is the Harpin here later.
Of course, and they are going to run into those issues, that especially if it's the case that there isn't already Ruination in Yone's deck list, that Red Winter might just say, hey, what are the odds that that it's there now, and really play into it.
There's a very good choice of removing 2 of them units that are very much threatening right now. So we see that spending all the mana but getting it back because of the landmark.
Alright, so Nymuel, I do need to bring something quite important to your attention. You still have your Mobalytics overlay on the screen, meaning that players can see the cards 5 minutes ahead of time by hovering over the area of the screen.
Oh, it's been like there the whole
time.
The whole
Yeah.
time. Okay, that's pretty awkward, if you couldn't say that. So quickly, I'm gonna be removing that from the game. It is pretty unfortunate that I didn't see that before, and quite apologizing about it as well.
Props to Ashirogi there for bringing that one to our attention, because that was a bit of an awkward one. But look, I suppose that's what you can expect when it's your first tournament. I mean, we've made maybe 2 mistakes so far, but that's about it.
Yeah, it is kind of fun and kind of tricky to actually do this, like tricky, but you know, I am...
You said tricky?
Yeah, it's tricky, and I wanted to say it again. I don't know why. So there is chaos always, and we're gonna be kind of like doing mistakes as usual, but it's our first one, so it's gonna be just getting better.
Now, going back to this game, we probably do need to see a snap vengeance from Yone here, just to prevent the rally, and of course we can't actually prevent the rally at all, because this thing is going to come back stronger than ever. The Harpy, I find, is a very, very difficult unit for Heim Jace to deal with. If you haven't already dealt with it through an Aloof Travelers, for example, you spend just so many resources to work through it. It's exhausting.
It is gonna have to do a vengeance here that removes the quick attack from the unit, and it's dying to do the cause, and it's gonna be pretty much important, but there's gonna be a Vayne level up here.
Yeah, Vayne level up, I mean, probably not the scariest of level ups while there isn't a scout on the board, but also it's still quite good. I mean, the Vayne will get to swing for 6 here, most likely, and then swing again, or Red Winter will take this opportunity to develop, maybe developing something small to start. And of course, they're not going to fall victim to a Ruination here, because Yone was forced to use so much mana last turn just to remove the Harpy.
Yes, it seems like 7 mana is not quite enough to just remove one unit while the opponent's Red Winter has a lot of cards, a lot of mana. Spending all your resources on one unit is not worth it. We might see a pass here to see if the opponent's level up, but there can be an attack here and use 0 mana tumble because of the level up Wayne. I've said like it's going to be pretty tough to deal with, but yes.
Of course, you're only taking a long time to consider their options here. They're looking at, of course, at the 6-cost spell that allows them to heal up quite something, but also there's other options. They could play their Jace followed by the production surge just to get some sort of units on the board.
It is pretty tough decision. I could be kind of thinking of using the turrets as well to generate as much units, to have blockers for everything, but that's just a temporary solution, and
It looks as though Yon didn't make a decision at all, and that could be a slight disconnect on their side. It doesn't seem like a decision they would have readily made.
Now this is pretty difficult. Red Winter has a quick attack, a scout unit, while they can
More
attack.
importantly, Yon is not making any decisions. It appears as though they are disconnected, and I think, okay, they've managed to get back in at the last second, which is so fortunate for them because we really don't have the opportunity to get them back into the game otherwise.
Well, it seems like there's a drain on that Wayne, so we're gonna be seeing a full-on open attack. Like we speculate,
followed by a cataclysm, a tumble, which will allow us to rally and get another attack going. This game is not looking great. The best we can summon here is, of course, a 2/2 turret, and yep,
that's gonna be
maybe it.
Yeah, that's gonna be it. There's gonna be a rally coming from the scout, and then another attack, which is definitely lethal. We calculated this risk, and there was no other way to go around it.
Yeah, the risk was calculated, but boy, am I bad at math.
Exactly. There is the attack coming. There is no blockage here. We have 7+2, which is exactly lethal. So that was the game.
So, while that was a bit of competition, I want to bring your attention now to the most important competition of the night, which you might think is the final. However, I'm actually talking about the Who is Better Dressed poll that is currently taking place in your chat. So for anyone that hasn't voted already, make sure to vote. From the time you hear this, you have a full 4.5 minutes left, so get your votes in and decide who is better dressed.
This is very important. There has been a lot of polls during the game as well. We have mods in the chat who trying to sort things, saying like thank you for figuring out how to use the Battlefly, but it's gonna be always pretty difficult to do multitasking, as I forgot to give admin access to a couple of people who could help. That was kind of like in the decision of doing so, but it was a bit problematic because we kind of like forgot about it. So the game started.
Yeah, so we are looking at, this feels like a matchup from a year and a half ago, because we're looking at what appears to be Field Rush versus perhaps Sivir Akshan? Or Kaisa, oh my god, it's even worse.
Kaisa versus Field Rush deck. One deck wants to attack multiple times, and the other one just wants to ramp until late.
Doesn't really care about attacking, they need to attack once and that's it.
Only one attack, that would solve the problem, but can they do anything about if they draw just the Scouts and the Kaisa?
Now, Laurent Duelist does come out. This is a new addition to the deck, the card having been buffed quite considerably. It used to be able to just give a challenger to a unit. Now it grants challenger to units that's in your hand. Now, Yon is happy to be able to play their Face of the Old Ones here. They'll be a bit unhappy, however, that they do not behold an 8+ cost card and therefore do not ramp this turn, which means they can't afford to play Catalyst of Aeons this turn either. So the ramping plan's quite severely stunted there.
Exactly, that was a pretty unfortunate event for not ramping. That would have been a perfect use of 5 mana, another ramp, a catalyst of eons, but there's no chance of doing that now. There might have
And there'll be
been
no rampage for Legacy of Yone this evening.
no rampage.
You see it? Hey! Oh,
A
I'm sorry. So, Legacy of Yone taking a long time to consider their options here. The Avalanche is it's a consideration, but probably a pass is just a little bit better.
A pass would have been a right choice since the enemy got a challenger on a unit, definitely has something in hand. Sadly, we cannot see it, but it is sort of any type of unit could be. Now, this is one interesting thing, since I have not considered any changes to the old Kaisa deck, having the new weapon that gives toughness helps to evolve.
Certainly would, and also the 3 mana weapon from Shurima that creates lucky finds every time it strikes. That's going to be very, very good at getting evolved because, of course, you're getting a number of keywords from that as well.
You mean the weapon?
Swinging Glaive, I think it's called, or something along the lines.
Ooh, I don't know as well. Not really fond of that card. Have not played too much of that. It is very much played only in auction and Varus decks so far. I've been kind of like experiencing.
Now, I wanted to mention that Yona is bringing quite an old version of TLC of Field Rush that includes Ledros as a side win condition.
We see Kaisa on the enemy side. There was a challenger on Kaisa. We see like what target that Laurent give that challenger to now.
And of course, well, Laurent has given the challenger to Kaisa, and the supercharge coming out next turn will be the 5th and 6th keyword respectively for Kaisa, so she will flip. And yeah, I think it's going to get quite difficult for Yona here, especially if there's a rally in the hand of Red Winter.
There is already 8 mana on Yone's side, so there's going to be possibly chance of leveling Trundle here. And there is a supercharge, and the evolve happens. So my thinking here is there's going to be an open attack afterwards, since there is not a lot of options. You
have to imagine this vengeance is going to be hit with a right negation. Otherwise, we'd have just put the supercharge onto Kaisa in the first place, and there's the right negation. And now suddenly, a lot of damage coming out.
That is pretty unfortunate. That negation is very, very deadly. It's something that Yone was not expecting or was not hoping that's gonna happen. And then there's gonna be a trade over here. I mean, no trade here. Because
Kaisa doesn't trade. Despite being elusive, she is deciding that Trundle is leaving the board. Or rather, the face of the old ones are.
Or maybe Lethal is much more important than Challenger and a possible death for Kaisa. Well, we don't know if the opponent has Quicksand, but that could be pretty much a problem if there's going to be in their hands.
And Yone dumping their hand, realizing, hey, these cards I can't take them with me to the next game, so we're likely to see the typical line here of the Ice Pillar coming out. Ooh. Not being able to afford the Field Rush because we spent too much mana last turn does mean that our best choice is probably just Ledros.
If Yone would have not spent that 3 mana onto the Nexus, the Field Rush could have been possibly used, and a very high chance that it actually goes through.
Yeah, is interesting consideration there, because for example here in this instance, that 3 health looks like it might
have been lethal, exactly. So it was a good idea.
I suppose we weren't going to beat Rally anyway, but I'm not sure if we needed the 3 health because we would have still been at 3. So it's, tough considerations here. Ledros probably going to hit the board now. We can't play Field Rush for a number of turns, so we might as well play Ledros, push some damage, and remove the Kaisa. Red Winter feeling pretty confident here. A second Cataclysm would do the job.
And they have the second Cataclysm, and that was the game. if I would have been it, I would have been doing the same thing, not knowing if they have another one, not playing around anything is the right choice here because there was no other
If they
choice.
have it, they have it. Am I right?
So if they have it or they don't have it. Yes, that's how it went. I am kind of sure that's how I would have done it. I am a person who's not caring if the opponent has it or not. I'm like, I'm gonna play my Rincon. If they have it, they have it. If they
the
don't,
NA way, am I right?
I'm winning. It's either I win or either they lose. There's no other option.
I mean, the NA way is to play if they have it, they have it. The European way is to play, optimally and the best the whole time. And the APAC way is to play as much as you want and no one really notices because it's APAC. Poor guys.
Poor guys. Poor guys. So that's how it happened. So that was the last game, right? You only lost twice. Or did I?
Believe so. So time to move on to our next game, and we have just got news that the poll has finished with a total of 10 votes cast in who is better dressed. Nymuel, would you like to know the results?
I see like there is pretty interesting, very tie and tie, like a tie.
Yeah, I mean, despite having a tie or not, it has been a tie, and I'm not sure how we do this. I mean, it's your stream, so I get away goals, so that makes sense that I win. So look, good game, and
I would say it was my tie, so I win the tie.
that's just cheat. I mean, I've got a tie, but it's all the way over there, and I can't just reach it.
All right, so we got like a couple more players on the fourth round right now. So let's see which one we actually going to look forward to. We have Ashrogi waiting for the next opponent. Not sure if they are finished yet. And then we have second in number for round 4. Red Winter is going to be the next player against it. So we're going to be seeing Red Winter if we have it in the friend list. But it seems like Red Winter is not liking to be friended. So we kind of try to find the other player. What is your favorite matchup so far, or favorite deck you've been seeing here, Tricky?
Honestly, I've really enjoyed seeing the new version of Spooky Ash. I thought that was a deck that had been completely solved, that you played Ash, you played Thresh, you played 3 Harrowing, and it went from there. But seeing it being played with Gnar has, it's been very interesting. I hadn't seen it before, and clearly it went to reasonable success.
It's been pretty much fun seeing all these games. Now it is something I've been seeing right now. People forgot to turn off their spectates in the game, so I can't really go in a lot of players. So I'm still looking for what we can look for. Do you see anything, Tricky?
I'm looking here. I can see that Lino has moved into a ranked game, so he's also out of the competition, so we probably should just leave him alone for the moment. I don't see any players that are currently in game, so it might be worth making a reminder to the chat when they are watching, hey, let's go play some games.
Let's play some games, telling people to go in and play their 4th and 5th match.
Can we take a look at the bracket as well and see who is remaining at least in the competition and what names we recognize?
All right, hold on. I'm putting it on the screen.
I can see on the lower bracket, Croc AI has already secured themselves a spot in the semi-final. Croc, of course, being well known in the lore community as one of the organizers of the Giant Slayer competition.
We've been seeing lots of interesting people going pretty far, and lots of good players as well going outside as well. We see the fight of Ogongon. I thought like Ogongon is gonna be going pretty far, but it seems like I It's so hard to pronounce it.
It looks like Agagon is gone. Am I right? Hey.
A.
I'm sorry.
That was bad, but alright.
I know, I know.
We can see Ashirugi waiting for the next enemy. If I can find Pox though, Pox is in game right now. Let's see if we can actually find what they are doing right now.
Perfect.
So my favorite one was also the zombie ash decks that are pretty interesting. It is some of the things that I always appreciate when people bringing the spice that the game is meaning to need. So
Look, it's their spice now. What? Speaking of spice, what do we see on the side of Tiagoliv? I'm pronouncing that right here? That's PNZ and Shadowaz and Targon, which could be a number of things. It could be Thresh Asal, it could be Nightfall, it could be some Diana deck.
we're seeing Zoe and Aphelios, which is pretty interesting because I have never seen this kind of combination. And on our side we have Wayne, Queen, and Fiora. What do you think about Zoe and Aphelios?
I can understand what it's trying to do and being a big value pile. However, the Demacia PNZ deck is likely just to not care and just continue to hit them over and over until this game is over. So I imagine it's going to be an uphill battle for Tiagoliv.
It is a pushy deck versus a semi-control. We are seeing we are already on turn 6 with 24 minutes left. It could possibly be the third match as it takes a lot of time to get to that.
Certainly. Now, if this PNZ Shadowaz and Targon deck was played in round 1, I imagine it's a very slow deck, so it could have ate quite considerably into the clock.
As we just got into the game, I got a friend request from Red Winter, so we might as well see after this game what they are actually doing right now. But let's continue. Watch Pax and Tiagoliv, their game, who's going to be winning. As I see, this is going to be the last match of the best of 3.
Okay, so Spacey Theatre does come out, invokes for something, but of course the likes of Equinox isn't going to be useful at all because all these stats are coming from the equipment. Serpent also not particularly good unless you're just desperate for a blocker. So maybe a messenger has appeared. Yeah, see Serpent come out. It's a blocker. It's not going to do very much, but hey.
Now
fine.
we start seeing their hands. We can actually understand what's going on. We see buff 2 HP. I forget always the name of Zoe, and the 5 mana card, and the Pelacascade. It is Zoe that's coming down. There's not a lot of control, but just enough to remove almost both of the units, especially with the challenger on the board.
Yes, with the inclusion of the Serpent who could challenge the 4/2, we could follow that up with the I can't remember the name of that card, the 5 mana Celestial card, and try to clear board, but the Harpy comes down, and that's going to be very, very difficult in the absence of an Equinox to deal with.
That's very, very strong hockey over there. It's not going to be, Harpy. That's not going to be easy to remove, especially with the cards out there, but it's going to be possible this turn immediately, but they choose not to. They went for the attack. They could have removed the quick attack from it at least, but the rally is coming. It's going to be very, very dangerous for Tiagoliv.
Certainly. Now we can use a spell, the Meteor Shower, to deal with some of this incoming damage, but it's not looking good. And of course, after we get hit with this attack, we get hit with a Scout on the very next turn. It's just constant, as I said earlier on, it's just constant damage all the time.
It's going to be very, very problematic. I don't know how they will solve the problem. Pelacascade could draw a very interesting card for Tiagoliv, but that's not going to be possibly help too much unless it's a unit or a way to
Or a
remove
vengeance,
that.
perhaps.
Of vengeance?
Really, we do need to find something quite good. The Pale Cascade comes out and we find the vengeance. How does he do it?
The vengeance might not even help too much since the damage is way too much, way ahead. It's gonna be an open attack with both units. It's gonna be lethal.
Well. Oh,
It-
this is brutal.
They drew an awkward
Top deck is a
card.
hush, which just
It's
won't
not
quite
enough.
do the job.
Vengeance is gonna
And
be
that,
solving one
unfortunately,
problem.
is game. Pax taking down Tiagolev in what is possibly game 3.
That was possibly game 3, and now unlucky for Tiagolev, but it is what it is. That's how life is. See what happens if they're gonna start their next game. If not, we're gonna go for Red Winter, checking out how their game is. Imagine.
All right.
So it seems like it is the last match. We got invite from Red Winter. Hopefully they started their game already. And they are already in game, so we're gonna be seeing
fantastic.
it.
Let's go take a look.
Right. They are still
Any minute now we can take a look. Now Red Winter is playing against whom?
any minute they're gonna get a look because they are still choosing the bands. It's very hard because we can't see it, sadly. They are starting the game. It's second
Okay, so we see Vandal
Dinabor.
Shurima versus Demacia Shadow Isles. Now, you're going to need to click these decks because I don't know what's going on.
So we have Wayne, Gwen, Demacia, Shadow Isles.
Versus Ziggs Talia.
So Ziggs Talia. Yes.
How do you feel about Ziggs Talia? Nymuel?
It
Do you
is.
like the deck? Do you play the deck much?
I feel like the deck is quite odd, to be honest, and it is quite hard to think of what it's gonna be or how is it gonna be like solving the rushiness of the metas right now. It is a very nice combo, and I did love the Arsenal because the Arsenal.
I mean, the Arsenal was a great card. Unfortunately, it was killed by the Scout change, which removed Scout from the pool of randomly generated keywords. Unfortunately, with the way the game is, and which the game, it's a good thing too. An 8 mana 9/7 beat stick with a load of keywords isn't really that game ending anymore if it doesn't have Scout. So the Arsenal falling a little bit by the wayside in this deck. I do like to play at least one copy, just to have it as backup, but not what it used to be. That's for sure.
As we got information, it was just the second game for Tiagolev and Pax. They are fighting for the last game, it seems, so that is going to be taking one more turn. But we are on the second game already, watching Red Winter, and we're going to be kind of like watching this through at least and see it from the beginning. What do you think, Tricky, about the Gwen Wayne deck that we are seeing right now?
I think it's fine. I think there are both better ways to play Vayne and there's better ways to play Gwen. Now putting them together like that's cool and all, but my big issue is in a tournament format like this, it means you can't play the better Gwen list and the better Vayne list at the same time. So yeah, because of that, I'm not a fan. Play it on ladder, sure, but yeah, not a big fan of it. However, I am quite a fan of Ziggs, especially as it stands in the meta at the moment. Especially when you can do things like this, when you can summon a 5/5 and a 5/3 and a 2/4.
Ever since like the 5 mana card, I mean the Rock Bear got buffed with 1 extra HP. That HP has been very much welcome to this archetype because it is kind of making a lot of change. That 1
certainly
HP
does make quite a difference. I mean, it used to be the case that 3 mana was, or 3 health was the break point in the game, and as the game developed, it often has become 3 plus a little bit more. So being able to move past 4 all the way up to 5 makes a big difference.
Exactly. And we kind of seen the foyer landmark over there. That is very interesting. Summoning every single turn an ephemeral dancer, whatever it's called, that gives one harrowing off. When you think about that card, ever since like that with Scout, it summons another one. It's seemed to be very huge.
Yeah, it seems like here we really have quite high rolled the weapon. I mean, we're now swinging with a 6/1, which, I mean, we don't want to block that, so it's 6 damage. And now another one of these little musical things comes out, threatens another 6 damage, and really it's okay. Interesting block here. We're choosing to take another 6 damage on the hope that we can maybe win next turn. Because we need to win next turn because this Gwen is going to flip on her very first swing.
It's going to be pretty interesting because a lot of Harrowed has happened in just one turn. The problem here is there's no spots or space on the board for Talia to hit, because then there would be like...
We're already full. Yeah, and that is game.
Yeah. No vengeance, no nothing.
That's it. Right now, I'm going to leave you in charge of the stream for an entire 2 minutes. Best of luck.
Congratulations
Yeah,
for Red Winter. It has been like a pretty interesting matchup, especially for the combo of landmarks. It being a kind of hard to solve the problem of early games, but it is working out pretty well, and the game started. So we are seeing now Kaisa on this side around, and I think it's gonna be the same. Yes, it is the same deck as before, the Wayne Gwen. Hopefully this time around they find their vengeance when they need it. It's gonna be the first fearsome with the lurk. Ever since lurk is a keyword and it can be generated, I mean it cannot be generated, but it is gonna be kind of like a good thing for Kaisa to flip. But the problem here is, like it happens to me and happens to Red Winter as well, they have to draw their win con. It would be very nice if we would be able to see the opponent's hand, but it is kind of awkward to see on a hallowed unit that is over your blockage rates, and you kind of want to block that fearsome unit, but you don't want to at the same time, because it helps the opponent develop hallowed. But it is kind of like awkward at this point because there is an attack onto your Nexus. How do you stop that? That's the scout unit with the barrier over there.
And I'm back just in time to see this scout unit with a barrier, as you said, which is going to be pretty good on the defending turns, where Secondabar has this unit that you otherwise really wouldn't want to block. But I suppose if you have a barrier, it's a pretty good use of resources.
You can use the barrier, as also you can use the scouts from it for the Kaisa that's going to be summoned through that arcane, Rite of Arcane. But it's a question if they're going to be using a mana crystal or a unit held for it, because they can poke the cards pretty easily. We don't know if they have Harrowed or Vile Feast on their hands. So we see the use on that one draw, which is
probably the best use we're going to get out of that one drop. I'm just glad that that card now costs 1 mana. It was egregiously good. Light of Calling at 0 mana. You couldn't play around it. You can consider it. It was just always there. Now at least paying 1 mana, that seems like a fair price to draw your champion.
Exactly. What I'll always thought of is what is kind of like saying you are playing a Shurima deck. What is Shurima's identity? Like, Shurima's identity is strong champions.
It's champions. Like, yeah, all of their cards are, well, all their good cards relate to champions, and effectively using them, effectively protecting them. And yeah, I suppose it's a very good card to have in Shuriman, and it makes a lot of sense. It was just a little bit too good.
Yeah, exactly. And drawing your champions for such a cheap price was always pretty much heavy toll for the opponents. But now we see some oh my god, some rallying that's still kind of relevant. Everybody thought like after 5 mana, nobody's gonna be playing that card, but we got proven wrong by second Dabir.
Certainly did. Who's managed to get his opponent all the way down to 1 HP. Or sorry, 4 HP, my bad. But yeah, and the Kaisa at 1 health, which is not where you want to be with Kaisa. Her being in any range to be pinged by a Vile Feast or the likes of that, or even a strike spell is not really good enough.
Red Winter
Suddenly, Red
wants
Winter's
to
struggle.
have that rally or that spell shield. I think that was pretty risky, but it is surely sort of worth it, as if the opponent has a vengeance in their hand, they could have just removed it regardless if it was full HP or not.
And that we don't see a Vile Feast come out immediately onto the Kaisa, which does make one think there is no Vile Feast. So Kaisa and her body, the Grenfang Warden, are going to get their first swing here, pushing low damage, and then attacking in once again.
We see Kaisa attacking with the barrier. It is pretty strong to have toughness on your units because it kind of completely stops all the damage Kaisa's ability does. That's a very neat way to stop it, but that block is pretty suspicious to me, as they don't really have any poking cards or just trying to cope here and survive all the damages that Red Winter would do.
Of course, like Red Winter will push in a decent amount of damage. Red Winter, of course, who we need to actually confirm their score on Battlefy after this, because this current game is going to be invalid otherwise. We'll get to that after this game. Yeah, they're in a bit of a tough spot because while they have more units and bigger units on the board, it's going to be a bit difficult for them to win. And the Silverwing Diver comes out, which will be buffed to I don't know how many hallowed stacks next turn, and is likely just to win the game by itself.
That is a very weird card for me. I have never seen it in any sort of kind of decks nowadays. I'm kind of glad that it sees some play because it is a pretty interesting card. It was designed to counter elusives because it has toughness and elusive. It is very much working well against small elusives because it's harder for them to remove. But it doesn't seem to be played anymore because of how expensive it is.
It's a 4 mana, 2/3. I mean, it's quite the ask. Now, I suppose this card was designed for the foundation set far before we had the likes of Sharpsight. So you can understand this. You can understand how it ended up in the way it is, but it would be nice to see it a little bit more playable. I'm not sure if I want more elusives as part of Demacia's identity, but yeah, a tough elusive in Demacia, it just hits the flavor quite well.
Exactly.
It's about to hit the Nexus quite well as well, because I think how many hallowed stacks are we looking at now? Maybe 7, 8 perhaps?
We're gonna be taking a look. It's gonna be 5.
Okay, 5. It's still a lot.
5 attack, and
developing is
did
going to
not
doom Secondabar.
Did not attack. There was a chance for lethal and choose not to attack. That's a chance for Red Winter to do the Calism, removing the card, and there it is.
Oh, the Vile Feast! Was that top deck? Oh
that
Lord.
was a top deck. That is the single-handedly the most and best card. Second.
They could have drawn in this instance. Yeah, they have 2 mana. That's just fantastic. And the surrender comes out. Red Winter knowing, yeah, you know what, my luck's just not in for this game. GG, go next.
GG, go next. That was the second game for them. Who won the first round? I have like problems remembering right from now on, since like it's kind of late for me as well. It was the second game and they're gonna be playing the third one, so it's 1-1 right now. We're gonna be seeing what they're gonna have in their hands.
so for this final round, we are playing more Kaisa because it has failed to secure a win thus far against
And then
Raven Jinx aggro. And
we
that's going to be difficult, except Red Winter has managed to draw all of their 1-drops somehow, which means that they're going to, and lifesteal on one of them, utterly fantastic.
they're gonna be having very much easy level up on Kaisa. That's gonna be doing a major damage. It's gonna be a very interesting early for Red Winter. Does look pretty bright. We don't know what Seko the number will have that this time around. I kind of finally said the name correctly.
Right, we
And
know they have a Dark Aegis though, so now they have a 2/2 tough lifesteal unit. This is the smallest Radiant Guardian you ever did see.
it is still pretty powerful, and this attack is dealing 5 damage though, but eventually the damage
It's gonna get healed up again.
gonna be healed up. Exactly. It could have been they have the 3-mana spell that gives everything 1 power.
A vision would have been quite good
Oh,
there,
vision,
but even
yeah.
still,
Vision,
it's going to
vision.
be so difficult for seconding the other opponent to actually break through this 2/2 tough because they don't want to commit burn onto the unit, but they kind of have to.
We can see if they're gonna be playing both of the 1-drops, see if they're gonna be evolving, as if they will evolve pretty soon, as I see like at least 3 keywords on the board already, and they need 3 more, and that 1-drop is gonna be kind of saving the whole game for Red Winter. And then we see Draven coming. That's gonna be pretty important, as they can increase their strength on that spider to remove that 1-drop.
Of course. Now suddenly the swing for this 2/2 isn't as good, but still, it's quite decent in that it would heal for 2. We're probably going to hold out until such time as we actually find maybe a sharp sight or some way of getting a little bit more value out of this. We have a concerted strike, for example, which could allow us to heal 2 more while removing Draven. Overall, Red Winter kind of weathering this storm so far. They've taken 5 damage. It's turn 4. And while Discard Aggro does play at a bit of a different pace to some of the other aggro decks, yeah, Red Winter will be feeling pretty comfortable.
This seems to be a very interesting position for Red Winter, seeing Jinx there. Of course, we're seeing a Concerted Strike immediately healing for 2 damage. Also, there's a chance of blocking that 1 small spider with that 2/2, so I can see that they are not going to be attacking with that only, but the rest
Not
there's going to
only
be...
are we getting the 2/2 striking for heals, we're also activating the fated on one of the other Voidlings, so quite a bit of value generated here, and opponent is actually swinging with the 1/1, given the opportunity to heal 2 once again.
There might be actually a trick of having a vision in the hand, meaning that will be just enough to remove the life-stealing unit. There is a play of Red Winter not blocking the House Spider because it is very close to evolving.
True. Now there is that concern here, and here we go. This is very awkward for the opponent. Once this Forge, what's the name of this card? The 4-drop, the Combat Cook comes out. We can expect an evolve, and yeah.
So Red Winter didn't take the bait of attacking with the 1/1 spider. They thought like it would be blocking the 2/2 just in case, because it would die anyway if we would block anything. But they did not take the bait and then got back to HP, so that full swing was only worth 1 damage and a spinning weapon on spinning axe.
Now it turns out we were still and are still 1 off evolving, so we need 1 more keyword, which is going to happen next turn as soon as we play the Void Blaster. And I just can't help but feel that the opponent can't actually beat a 4/4 Voidling while it's tough and has lifesteal. Now that's quite a high roll on the side of Red Winter, but I mean, it happens.
In my perspective, now it would have been much better for not rolling quick attack, because quick attack has been rolled already through that one drop, and it's needing is 6 keyword to level up. I mean, evolve. But
True. And the other option was unfortunately the Shepherd's Authority, and can't really afford for your units not to block in this type of matchup. So I probably would have chosen the quick attack still
it
and said,
is
okay, you know
true
what? I have
against
to
an
wait a while
aggro.
longer.
Yeah, against an aggro, I would definitely choose that as well. Even though it was awkward, it still was the better choice. There's no better choice than that. If Seko the Nabur would not open attack here, there would be a chance of playing the 4-drop, which would allow...
Oh, and the Augmented Experimenter comes down and finds a way to remove the tiniest Radiant Guardian before it actually evolves. And suddenly, Sakad in Nabur does find a way back into this game.
Did I see correctly of what cards were discarded through Augmented Experimenter and Spinning
We saw
Axe?
Get Excited.
We
Get
saw
Excited.
to Get Excited be removed from their entire deck, so we can assume that there's not gonna be any more Get Excited from Seko Dinabur, as they don't have any more.
Well, they could, of course, I suppose they could find some jinxes and use that, but it's very unlikely there's going to be any top decks for the next while. A massive attack coming in here, and really, okay, so opponent is considering, do they risk throwing away their Draven here? I'm pretty sure you do.
I'm pretty sure as well. The more damage, the better. There is no way this is a bad choice. So
I just don't. Unless there's certain hands, of course, where you really want to discard things, but quite difficult.
very difficult. Would have been actually just 3 extra damage, leading Red Winter to be at 5 HP. Seko Dinabur thought like it is very important that they have more units in case Kaisa comes down and does.
Kaisa is going to come down, and with her effect, Katie and Rain absolutely clean up the board.
And levels up the moment it's played, since Challenger has been played, and that's going to be the 6th of the Evolve, and possibly chooses Overwhelm, as it's going to be pretty much important. Could choose Toughness as well.
The opponent doesn't have anything, they can't really interact with this all that well. Choosing not to go for the Overwhelm though, taking instead Tough and Fated, giving quite a number of keywords, and this is going to change the way this game continues now, because no more damage is sneaking in through the board. We've got to burn the rest of it. Maybe one comes through from that Poro, but this is pretty rough for the opponent.
Yes, exactly. By having more keywords mean that there is more damage to the 1-drops, leaving no elusive alive. Now there is only what the hand has to offer. There is a possibility Jinx is going to be dropped down, but pretty much...
we find the Jinx!
That's why
we kept it Raven. We really wanted the axes, and we just have to hope that we get something useful this turn that allows us to play our hand out.
How can he remove the last card from the hand? If he not draws Mystic Shot, perhaps that would be pretty much excellent, or another augmented. There is no way for Red Winter to do anything against Jinx, and there is an unblockable elusive there, and we will see if they can play it, or it's just a discarding card.
If they couldn't have played it, they would have used it. They would have used it already with the Poro, correct? What in God's name is?
They would have
an interesting attack.
Exactly. There is a possibility that the Poro would have been discarded and been leveling up Jinx immediately, but that 1 damage could lead to a very nice play. I suppose the rest of the units attacking is just because it's already end game. There's no other play played right now, and there is Vision.
Played. So we see 2 damage from the Poro, putting opponent down to 6. We see a further 4 damage from the Rocket, putting opponent down to 2. And it all comes down to is a mystic shot drawn in any of the last 2 cards that the opponent gets to draw
There
because
is
of Jinx's
2
effect.
cards being drawn. It's gonna be very, very hard. It could be another Jinx, which is a Get Excited we were talking about. They don't have a normal Get Excited, but they can draw a Jinx. We see 2 HP left. If Red Winter attacks, it doesn't matter what kind of mana, how much mana they have. It has to be solved immediately, otherwise it's going to be over for Red Winter.
Red Winter playing sensibly, using their cards as best they can, taking a supercharge and guaranteeing that, hey, I'm going to do my very best to win. Let's see what you got.
And the moment of truth is going to be here. It doesn't matter.
No mystic shots so far. There's good odds.
No negation as well for Red Winter, which is pretty bad. Let's see if they get the card. We can't see that 2 cards sadly, but
I'm loving the tension, the suspense, the drama.
The suspense, the moment. This is all that matters. It's about.
Ooh, and that's it. Red
the
Winter
GG
has
is
won
there,
the game.
and the winner is Red Winter. Well done. That was just a barely.
That's close.
And because of the secondary Kaisa giving overwhelm, and that's it. That was the game. That was pretty excellent. GG to Red Winter. And then we will see what happens right now. There is going to be possibly round 5 as well pretty soon for Red Winter, of course. We have let's check our battle flyer currently. That was very good.
We do need to find out who won the game between Lamparchi and Sugar.
Parchi and Sugar. Let's check them out.
That is quite relevant because we do have another match that feeds into that. I have asked the chat, so they'll hopefully be somewhat useful.
I'm
Not that they've been
looking.
anyway useful in the last 2 3/4 hours. Well, I mean, I suppose Ashirogi was useful, but everyone else.
They are not
useless.
in game, so they supposedly finished their game already. I see Klatska, or how you pronounce it. They are already.
I'm not gonna pronounce that. I'm gonna leave that one to you.
It's pretty much what I presume. Don't know what languages that is, but I have never seen an A and a scribble underneath it, so I don't know how to pronounce it. But they are over with their game. But let's check Discord if they kind of said something in as a result.
Oh, there's a whole Discord full of results. This is fantastic.
Okay, we got information that Klatska won the game. So we could see like Klatskas play against Croquet.
Okay.
They might
let's
start
go.
anytime soon. So they haven't
Anytime
started
now.
anytime, yes. They haven't started yet. We will see. They just started. So we're gonna be seeing Namaska. And Namaska, what am I saying? Kalaska.
Let's just call him Fred.
This game. Okay, let's
I can
call
pronounce
it
that. Can you, Fred? You can pronounce Fred?
Fred. Yeah, it's pretty
Okay, cool,
easy.
So, yep, I managed that one.
I mean, it's pretty easy to pronounce Klotska, but Fred is actually acceptable as well.
But
I
Fred's
mean-
even easier.
I mean, we tried to pronounce last game's loser as well, but
We tried that with last game's runner-up. Let's not use such hurtful language. The runner-up, they're second place in the last game.
second placer. Okay.
Exactly.
Well,
Silver medalist.
I didn't mean to be rude or anything, but I'm Nymuel, they call me most of the time. Nymuel. Anyways, because of misunderstanding, I'm not trying to be mean or anything. They just think I am. What can I do against it? So we're waiting for them to choose their games. I mean their
Perfect.
decks. They've been checking out what they have, and
We haven't
it
viewed
will.
either of these players so far this tournament, so it should be pretty exciting to see what they bring.
Well, it's because I'm kind of like not used to Battlefy. I'm actually not sure how to check the deck list, even though it lets me tell them to add in the deck list. It doesn't let me see them, or I'm not very familiar with it. But I presume next time if I'm gonna do a tournament, it's gonna be a different website, and they're going to be much easier for me to see the things because I can actually ask someone to tell me how they do it. Like from the Mystic Shot tournaments, they have practice already. They don't. I didn't ask them if they had practice over there over Battlefy, but they might have more practice over there.
Yeah, major props, of course, to Eric on the Mystic Shot tournament. It's a shame they are pulling out of EMEA, but that just opens up the spot for Team Nymuel Gaming to take over that niche, right?
I don't really like the term taking over. I like the term like having a second person, have not competition, just second person to do the tournaments for making the game a little bit more popular, have more fun and stuff. But the
I think that's
games
what it's all about.
start.
It's a game at the end of the day, right? It is
Yeah,
about having a good bit of fun.
yeah, that's the thing. We just have to go for fun and not just be like taking the spots of others. I really wish they would really do Mystic Shop would really do more tournaments, but yeah, I mean I love joining them since that's the reason I'm actually starting the tournament myself. But
Perfect. So
anyway,
we're jumping into a game now. Hopefully the bracket has been fixed as much as we can. We are seeing a Bandle discard type deck against what I can only presume there's a number of decks this could be. Is it Haim Jace? Is it Gwen Victor? Who knows?
so we have Draven Rumble on Klaska and or Fred if you like, and then we have
Hmm.
Victor and Seraphine, which presumably I thought is not going to be in this tournament, but I think this is the first time, no, second time I saw like Seraphine today.
Fred picking up quite a good start in this game with the squeaker into the whatever. I'm not sure what the name of that landmark is, but it's quite a good landmark in this situation. Especially because now we have picked up elusive onto this Mecha Forcer. Is that the name of the card?
Mm.
Unfortunately, it is quietest, but oh my god, if that card was allowed to get going, the game would have been over.
You know, there's a lot of cards of these archetypes. We don't even know what their name is because they are not used too many times, but they are super nice and some of them are actually competitive. Just it's a sleeper. People don't really like playing a random generated pool type of deck like this landmark gives you random keywords to your units. Sometimes it can give you the best choices. Sometimes it's gonna be pretty tough
An
though.
interesting choice there where we see that both players pass on some pretty neat initiatives, kind of, spooking each other out.
It's
Um,
quite bad for Fred as they are supposedly putting more pressure onto the opponent while Sugar needs to be going for late game as they
they pretty have
are.
to relax and wait until they can play a bar. I mean, we're only one turn away from that, and still, Sugar is on 20 health.
Exactly. Draven and Rumble, in my perspective, supposedly should be an aggressive play style deck. Like, not sure if it should be aggro, but it would be like more of mid range or tempo, slamming big strong units on curve. As of Rumble has been receiving a little bit of buff in terms of Noxus. They can draw you anytime, anywhere for 2 mana a
For
Rumble.
a pretty nice card, Legionary Charge or something along the lines of that, isn't it? It's a very good card for the Rumble decks, being able to search Rumble for very, very cheap, guaranteed. Yeah, do a suspect swing, I think there. There was always going to get blocked by the 2-1.
So it is kind of like how it is actually going here. It is what what is making Rumble again to be like one of the champions that not only sees like players in a try to make work deck, but that 2-mana card solo tries to make the deck come back again. We
Oh
seen
my word! Sorry, I'm looking at a card here. Silence and Suppress, a card that has not seen any play whatsoever. It is a Demacian answer to equipment that was somehow picked up by the bar.
that is very unfortunate because you cannot play against a random card from
Now,
that barkeeper. It's impossible. This
an
is
interesting play from Fred here, opting to swing with their 0/1. Not a play most players would concern. Most players would usually say that my 0 power unit shouldn't be attacking, but Fred has other ideas, and they are going to lose their unit. But that's okay because I don't know.
can they
It's a pretty suspect swing.
can they increase the strength somehow to do
Nope.
no? I was
Maybe
thinking
if they had like a might in their deck with a flock or some might and whirling death or something, but
I was thinking like there's gonna be some whirling death shenanigans with buffing your units somehow with the augment and then just kind of slam it down. I mean, they could have technically done a display what they did right now before swinging, and that would make much more sense since it got like elusive. Oh, we see some interesting play from Sugar.
oh, okay. Hold on a second. Um, don't we use that on our other unit? The one that didn't cost us 6 mana to play? Fred, my man. I mean, maybe you're seeing lines that I don't see, but like, please explain them to us.
This is pretty interesting. We are actually what round are we? Round 4. We see a round 5. We are on round 5, aren't we? We are on round 5, and we're seeing some weird shenanigans here played. That is pretty interesting. Could Fred win the tournament?
I'm not sure. When this Sputtering Song Spinner comes out, it will really advance Seraphine's condition, but also provide 3 augments to Victor, who already is quite a large unit that must be blocked and is now elusive. Oh my word, this game is just.
It is now Victor game, especially like last play with the Talstone removing Seraphine, just to get another Seraphine down because I think Sugar doesn't even think like Fred has any answer for the second Seraphine, so it was like it should be kind of like sacrificed, or I don't know, sees in the future and sees like Victor getting elusive at some point somehow.
And maybe they're playing around this somehow. However, the Waking Sands comes out for 2 mana, puts 10 more power on the board.
It
And
seems
I don't know, maybe
play-
Fred has a crazy line here.
I see like it is gonna be pretty hard to solve the problems right now. Obviously, Sugar is not gonna attack with the Seraphine, but it's gonna attack with everything else. If it doesn't try to stop 2 units already, it's gonna be game. So there's gotta be some of the whirling deaths go into the sand, I guess.
I guess. I mean, look, you get a good opportunity to heal up if you choose to use any of your whirling deaths. I mean, what are you saving for, my dude?
I mean, you can see that they're gonna be doing the double. Victor solo wins the game. There is no way he
That's
can
it, yeah.
out heal it. Fred is getting one-shotted by
Fred is dead. All right.
pretty fair champions. It is pretty nice, but it was pretty much awkward. They had like a random card, kind of silence and suppress. I couldn't really think of anything else, though. Silence and suppress is very much hard to play around from a random card. You don't even know, don't even think. Really,
I mean, it was a very good card to draw on account of the fact that we had a Furious Wielder in our hand that we just could not use. Whereas if we had the opportunity to keep that equipment, put it onto the Trumpet Thecker, and equip it to it, we could have actually removed Victor that turn. So a huge turning point in the game.
Exactly. I mean, that weapon was very, very important, and it was pretty much not nice for that barkeeper to just say, like, here we go, I won you the game for you. So we are seeing it now against Chandel and
Feel the
Tryndamere.
rush, which is going to be quite difficult because I'm not sure if you realize, but Ionia has this format of card. It's called
Hold,
Deny, and it has a really interesting effect.
hold on, hold on. Let me just kind of like let me kind of like stop you from everything. Like, look at that, Ori and Fizz. Where do you see this kind of combination ever? I think
I see it when elusives do some elusive things.
I see like this dude. I think Fred deserves this victory for over Sugar for bringing all the spices that he could can or they could have bring though.
I'm not sure if I agree. I think say elusives are the salt of spices. I mean, technically a spice, but like not that impressive either. Um, I dislike elusives. Sorry. No points to Fred in my book.
Well, I do understand like elusives are a big problem and has always been like a small tumor that kind of sometimes goes away and then comes back again bigger. And this time around, I think is like how it happened though, that it was a problem before like half a year again. Half a year ago, and now again it's kind of seeing so much play. All these cheap 1 drops, 2 drops that gets buffed and is unkillable, or like however you can phrase it, they just never run out of tempo. And we're gonna see like some spice, because this is why I said like this is spice, because I have never seen like Ori and Fizz in a 2 combination.
Like it's certainly out of the box. Given that, I think this game will be won or lost on whether Sugar has managed to get a copy of the Blighted Ravine into their hand. And with Caster Vision, we have the benefit of knowing they ain't got it. So it's gonna be quite difficult. I've played this matchup a number of times, or this type of matchup where you play these elusives versus Field Rush, and it's just not very nice.
Well, yes, I do seem to be kind of like playing Ori and Bard the way the players did in the tournaments, and I played against FTR, and it was not very pleasant for them. But the problem here against Fred is that it is missing buffs in the deck, so it's going to be pretty easy to remove for Sugar with avalanches and ravines, because every single unit has no more than 2 HP.
Of course, I mean, look, the coral creatures would survive, but we're not really too concerned about that. Now, we do see a main decked copy of Mind Meld in the hand of Fred, which could be a fantastic way of closing this game out. If you have a white board followed by the slow speed spell, there's very little the opponent can do when you're being hit with a full board of 7/7s, 8/8s.
Well, this is technically true. It is the reason why they won't cast simply Field of Rush anytime soon in the game, as because number one, Fred is playing Ionian, and technically possibly is carrying Deny, and will not trigger. But let me just kindly ask you a question. Wouldn't that Shimon Wind just perish right now?
If what happened, yes, it will, because of course the hand is full. We really had to do something first, like pre-commit our preparation or something. Sugar is just not caring, knowing that the opponent has to play cards this turn rather than burn. He's saying, "Yep, I would like some mana, please, sir," and gets quite a bit. Not enough to play Field Rush next turn, but still an amount.
Well, I don't even think like they're gonna be playing Field of Rush. Now there comes the pepperoni, and it goes to that 7 mana spell.
Oh no! She who wins has been burned. That is
Ooh,
absolutely
that
awful.
card, that would have obliterated the whole hand of
It
Klaska.
would have ended the
Would
game entirely because we know
it
there's no
it would
there's no
be
denying the hand
immediate
of
surrender if I
Fred.
would be you.
The game's over.
It would have been immediate
Oh,
surrender.
you hate to see it.
But now we see like Ravine, which is pretty problematic because every single unit might die. Well, except the Eye of the Dragon and the coral creatures. There is nothing here to do. There's gonna be a possible field rush next turn, or some small units, or maybe a small unit like an AoE one.
Here's the thing now. I'm not sure how many spells we've played, but maybe you can hover over it and see where Mind Meld is at, because
Mine now seems to
Okay,
be like only three.
Not quite.
And there we
Oh
see
no, here
that
it is. She Who Wins comes
she who
down,
wins.
rips through the board. I love this. Every time I do this, I physically drag my hand across the keyboard because, yeah, that's the power of wiping out everyone's cards. Just beautiful.
It
And of
is.
course,
It
Sugar
is.
is only losing one unit.
Well, at least Fizz is staying in the game because it is turned into a signature
Of
spell.
course. Fred made an interesting decision there where they thought for a second to recall She Who Wins. Of course, that's not a good idea. The effect still goes off, and really, you don't want to give him another She Who Wins. So, let's stick this 10-10 to the board. As you said, Fizz will survive. Unless for some reason Fred decides to try to recall their own Fizz. Not looking good. I'm really not sure where we're going with this line.
All right. In the meantime, of you,
Hog emote coming out, fantastic.
it is how it is, my dudes. This is actually kind of devastating for Klaska. We see how Klaska is gonna be cope here, trying to draw cards, going to face for 3 damage. It could still lead to a sort of small victory if they manage to spend a lot of cards for that 6 mana spell that is currently, and there is not a bad draw.
It's a decent draw, but yeah, the side of Fred needs quite a few more cards if they actually want to win this game. Feel the Rush comes out. It will probably be answered in part by one of these homecomings, but that only deals with one of the units.
Yes. Let me fix the bracket because I've been kind of like issued that they are kind of not getting them to the position where they are. Especially this is my fault that I did not assist somebody to do the things for me, as I am kind of like busy talking with you and checking out what the players are doing. So I'm quickly gonna do that if you would not mind. As Red Winter got to the next game, Red Winter has been winning straight on, but the bracket hasn't been updated. We still have some cooping from the enemy. There could be some sort of victory. I'm not seeing it though. And oof.
It's going to be a rough one. I mean, once She Who Wins resolves, it's very, very difficult to do much about that. There's a line where we try to use something like these Wuju styles to keep our units up, while also then committing to a Mind Meld line later. But unfortunately, you're just dead on the next swing because who'd have thought 10-10 units are really good.
Exactly, and because not only Sugar discarded Sheep Who Wins, but also got another one in their hands. So technically, Klaska was hoping they don't have another one, but they did.
They never have it.
And if they would not had it, it would have been kind of over. But that's how life is. They always have their answers. Now that we updated the bracket, by the way, Tricky, we're seeing like Red Winter got further.
Like, I'm glad that the bracket has been updated because I don't know, Red Winter's being really mean to me. He's hurting my feelings, to be honest. If I'm gonna be honest, and it's just been hard, you know.
I kind of
Just
understand.
I want to be liked.
Well, Red Winter was the person who forgot to add us as a friend, so we were just
That's interesting. So the
so
guy
we
who
can take
didn't
it back.
abide by the rules of the tournament, actually, that changes things.
So if they are kind of like in game Red Winter, we can check them out after this game. That's gonna be the second loss for Klaska, I presume. If
Who?
they manage to do something. I mean, technically, there is a slim chance, unless
Nope, there's no chance.
no, there's no
That's
chance.
it.
There's well, obviously there was no reason for Sugar to open attack here, and
They can just keep developing.
just
I mean,
develop.
we see their hand. We know it's terrifying.
They have answer for everything, and they have like board control as well. They can do whatever they want. They are
They
like
do all the things.
they do everything.
As I said at the start, this game is won by Blighter Ravine, but if you really want to win it, yeah, you play She Who Wins.
Yeah, She Who Wins was the one that won the game. No questions asked. If that would have not existed, I think Klaska would have a chance. I would think so.
I'm inclined to agree, and of course there were two, so there was the fact that the first one was burned and the second one was drawn, so pretty fortunate, but yeah.
Klaska goes with the showing
Mind
their
melding themselves.
hand, and that's the result. If they could have survived this round,
One more attack token. They had so many outs.
one
Ravine
more
comes
attack
out.
token would have solved the game.
I would have liked to see a Tryndamere there. I think playing.
Wait,
What?
wait, what?
What? What?
Wait, wait. Oh, okay.
Okay, so it's they're styling. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's you know what, Sugar. Where's a bit of sportsmanship here.
Yeah, imagine that, like.
I love it. I absolutely love it. I would have done the exact same thing.
They had to do the BM thing. Not very kind of Sugar to put more salt on Klaska's wound, but I guess this is how things are happening.
Oh my god, I love this.
Yeah, they forced the surrender on him.
Fred
It was
having none of this. Like, you know what, mate? I know and I'm bet.
this was actually very rude. But anyways, that was the game for Klaska, showing us that meme decks don't win, or your own decks are actually need to be more improved. But shout out to this dude who got his far as well, which is pretty much a big deal, right? Big deal.
Quite a big deal.
Right, let's check out if they started the game. So we see like Red Winter already on the next game. So we're checking out
Fantastic.
Red game.
That sounds good. We'll take a look at Red Winter's game. We also need to check in on Croc AI, who has, I think they got to the final round within the first hour of playing, and then just kind of waited. So good for them. Nice, patient, but
They just started their game right now. So we'll be seeing like they playing Kaisa. Red Winter's playing Kaisa, and Ashuragi plays Gwen Katarina Ellis.
fantastic. So, a decent hand of units on the side of Red Winter that should be able to put on some decent pressure. However, spells are also quite good. I'm not sure if you realize, but spells are good cards, and you should probably have some of them.
Nice, and very soon we're going to be seeing the hand of Ashuragi as well. In the meantime, let's see what Red Winter is about to do. It's kind of interesting to take that new Cultist card in Kaisa deck. Kaisa is something I'm very surprised to see such a success though with the new cards, but it has not seen too much ladder.
I mean, look, there are the fact that certain decks are ladder decks, certain decks are, are tournament decks. Like, take the likes of Lee Sin, which unfortunately is dead. You don't really see that in ladder. It's a bad meta if you see that in ladder, but in the best of three scenario, they can shine, and that's okay.
So we can see now their hand of Ashirogi. So there is Harrowing way too soon, breaking the hand. Also, there is a way to deal with that quick attack unit, but Ashirogi keeps the sentry and the flock. That's a surprise. Maybe it's not a threat. We see the buff on which character do you see that? The scout one?
I presume it's the scout one. The scout one makes the most sense. He's probably gonna see a
I really
sentry
can't
flock.
see it in here right now. Sadly, doesn't show, but it makes the most sense. Oh, it
Unless it's on the
actually
Reptile
give it.
Warden.
Oh, actually give it
Yeah.
to the 2/2 instead of the 4/3. Because of that. What if Asherigi would have like a Vile Feast or something
Wild
similar?
Feast isn't real.
It doesn't
It's
exist.
just not a real card.
It doesn't exist.
So
Yeah, I
yeah,
can't
it doesn't
understand.
actually exist. Everyone who thinks they've been hit by a Vile Feast, it was actually an unspeakable horror, which fair enough. But yeah, Vile Feast as a card, not real.
Well, actually, Red Winter was right because Wild Feast did not exist in the
Told you.
opponent's hand. So it's kind of lucky for Red Winter, but
However, there are
No.
two Harrowings which are just not doing very much for the next while, especially because not only is having a Harrowing so early bad, but also it means that you don't actually draw enough units to make your Harrowing good by the time you can play the Harrowing, so you get hit by both sides of the sword.
because of Usher's luck, Red Winter doesn't have too much damage to push through. Unless they play the Cultist card and put the weapon on it, that will be doing major damage. But Ashirigi has no way to stop that.
Yeah, I feel as though Red Winter, with all these units we talked about earlier on, is just going to push so much damage that really Ashirogi can't answer all that effectively until such time as they wrestle back board control with a Harrowing.
We see a nice Reckoning play instead of playing the Eternal Dancers, which was exactly enough mana to play so. They choose to attack for more damage instead of like instead of summoning like another Halloween unit. At least it doesn't get to block, but the 2/2 doesn't seem to be like that interesting. Oh, and there's the top deck!
Kaisa off the top, beautiful.
Oh, the top deck. You know, this is how skilled players are playing this game. Always top deck your Vincon. Obviously, I don't know how I would be doing the things. I would not open attack. I would definitely go for using the second skin, hoping the opponent doesn't have a vengeance.
I mean, it's not the sort of deck that runs Vengeance. I mean, it really just can't afford it. So I think you are meant to use a second skin. The only issue is you're concerned about one of the stun spiders, which you've already seen one. They usually run maybe two, so it's a bit of a risk.
In my terms, I would technically use second skin and the weapon on the scout unit as well. Not sure if
On the scout unit with Challenger, I presume, right? Rather
Yeah.
than tough, not that important.
Well, Challenger would be
You are
actually...
going for it anyway.
Yeah, the Challenger and the quick attack unit would be actually what I would do as well. For the opponent, it's pretty... For Ashariga, it's not really looking too good. As... Yeah, exactly. It was even reforged, so there is more strength to it. And that one drop is not doing any blocks at all, and that scout looks pretty much...
Yep, it's a bit scary.
It's pretty much looking like game, does it?
So our first swing of the turn comes in, pushes all the damage, and yeah, Ashirogi is going to struggle to get out of this one.
The problem here is Ashriga doesn't have any units to spare, but the Eternal Dance is going to be the one that's going to be needed to be sacrificed. But there is a Challenger already on Red Winter side. Yeah,
And the forfeit comes in. Ashirogi knows this one ain't gonna happen. 1-0 to Red Winter.
Yeah, well, no, it seems like Kaisa does a little bit too well. I've been kind of like playing a game mode on my stream called Deck Battle Royale for funs and giggles, where I play all my decks. I played back in the day 3 rounds, and if they lose 2 games, I'm taking them out.
They're gone.
They're
Yeah.
gone. And I played old Kaisa, and it performed very, very well, and it was not even updated.
I mean, look, sometimes decks become good because people forget about them.
We
Um,
forget about it, yes. I mean,
and suddenly there's like Heim Jace, for example, has always been a good deck, and this meta it's suddenly a 55% deck because people just realized, hey, actually this is pretty good. Like nothing changed in the deck. Nothing has actually changed, but it just finds a spot because
exactly.
people let a spot appear.
Exactly. The same goes with Deep as well. Deep is a sleeper. People sleep on Deep because it is not performing for some people, but it is still good, isn't it? Or am I
I mean,
wrong?
look, there's certain metas where deep is just really good, like a sort of a mid-range meta that pops off a little bit towards the end. You just play deep. It's like, hey, I'm always bigger. Now, the big issue is for Quietus just really hurts that deck quite a lot because it kills your Sea Scarab, it kills your Maokai, and this is why I come back to Quietus. It needs to be rotated, but look, that's a problem for later.
Well, Quietus is performing way too well ever since the nerf of what's the name? Hate Spike? Yes, Hate Spike is now 2 mana instead of 1, and is seeing less play but still see some play in some decks. They should still, I think they should do it to Quietus as well. The 2 mana wouldn't really hurt too much for that card because what it does, I think it does very well.
You know, I would go for a different route entirely. I would actually make Quietus a created card that you get from playing like a 2/2/2 unit. That would be the route I go for. I don't like the idea that at any stage you just have to play a champion like Heimerdinger or Soraka or Tam Kench into or Alawi into Quietus and just hope they don't have it because a lot of regions just can't beat it. So
Yeah,
yeah, I'd like if it was a created if it was not main deckable but instead created by something else. But anyway, going back to this, drop the bomb, good value, kills Katarina, kills a lot of tempo, and this Blade's Edge is gonna do an awful lot.
Ashirugi goes for that Blade's Edge on a 3/1. I don't know if that would be something
I
I
don't
would
think you're
have.
meant to because now you know Talia, if she existed next turn, has a really good pickup.
Yeah, I mean, if it would be me, I would try to even look for that with the 1 mana landmark. So he had like more chance to get Talia. Actually, it does the same thing I thought of would have been a good idea, but they don't find Talia, and it's gonna be Ziggs.
That's a bit unfortunate. I think you take Ziggs there rather than skip just to get one of your champions up and rolling because of course you have all these landmarks ready to go.
They have exactly enough mana to do Ziggs, to play Ziggs, and use Arcane in case there is a target for, of course, but that would be very great if they would be playing a target for that card, because then there would be a 5 more damage attacking to the Nexus.
Yeah, I don't think Ashirogi can afford to play Gwen into this, just knowing that a Rise of the Arcane ruins them, and yeah, very sensibly says, you know what, let's be careful about that.
They was not careful, Ashirugi wasn't careful and played the Reckoner. That was exactly playing into Red Winter's deck.
Well, it could have been a lot worse with the Gwen, of course. So at least Ziggs can't block. Yes, we're going to take, what, 8, 1, 9 damage, but...
That's quite a lot of damage since Ziggs is going to be leveling up very soon. And every landmark is going to be dealing much more damage. Although now that we see we have another Reckoner in Ashirugi's hand, which makes the enemy, I mean Red Winter, not have any blockers apart from the one that they created right now.
Blockers are quite good. You should definitely try to have blockers. They're good cards.
That's the problem here, that they're not allowing you to have one. And then we see like some quietus on Ashirogi's side. They can remove easily. The clockwork. So there's gonna be only one blockers for Red Winter, but then they leave Ashirogi himself or themselves
Interestingly enough, because of this development,
vulnerable.
we can actually play Ziggs' champion spell and remove 2 units, which is really
Ooh.
quite good.
That Zig spell, definitely one of the best things here. There's not going to be any harrowing attack, no need to block there, because that would have been very much large amount of damage. And there's no block. Wow.
I mean, I can see it. There's no atrocity, there's no further reach for burn. And going down to 5 is... Actually, no. Actually, going down to 5 is not good enough, because the next swing is guaranteed lethal.
Yeah,
but
I think I would have gone for no block as well. That was pretty much excellent. And it goes for the safe attack, since Vile Feast could happen onto the Rock Hopper.
Yeah, I respect that.
And there is negation there, and it's GG. That would have...
Red Winter knows that there's no combination of cards that beats this one, and Red Winter will proceed to the next final perhaps stage of the competition.
Yeah, Red Winter is going to be seeing on to the next. There is no way, because the negation is, yeah, it's finito.
Exactly, lethal, and that's it. Negation says no, no thanks.
No.
I want all the damage.
Negation, single-handedly, show him his identity. Anyways, that was the games for Red Winter.
Okay. So where are we going next, Nymuel?
Where are we going? I wanted to ask you the same question. Where are we going?
It's your stream, so I really hope you know.
Wait, where do I should go? I will stay here and kind of figure out where we're going afterwards. We have another... I mean, technically, I have already...
We have... That's pretty much it, because, I don't know, someone hasn't updated the battle file, so I have no clue who's there.
It has been updated. It's already... Oh wait, it hasn't updated. So we already see, like, we know that Red Winter got to the final, and we were seeing like Sugar or Croc Egg. They're still kind of playing. Let's see if we can actually catch them play.
Let's take a look. Worth a shot.
It's worth a shot. I don't seem to find it here, or am I blind? I don't have Sugar as well in the friend list, so we're not even seeing none of them.
Oh, this is unfortunate.
Both of them are really unfriendly, so they don't want to add me in friend. So we're gonna be kind of like checking.
Imagining the final.
Pronounce the final.
Imagine the final. Hey, wouldn't it be cool if?
Imagine like imagine the finals. Let me check what the rewards were for last 3 rounds. If they want to fight for the 3rd and 4th rounds, it is their choice, I suppose. If it's the same amount, yeah, the 3rd and 4th round must not be played if they don't want to, but for glory, if they want to, let's ask them if they want to play.
All right.
What do you think about like Red Winter's lineup, Tricky? I've been kind of like thinking about like I really liked his lineup. I mean, Red Winter's lineup.
Yeah, I'm quite fond of the addition of Talia Ziggs. It's one I've tried recently, and to quite a bit of success. It's a good deck. It does quite well into mid-rangey stuff and plays the game in a bit of a different way, whereby you're say trading off your 3/3 your endless devout. It's a really good thing, whereas against most decks that should be a bad thing. So it does get to subvert the usual play patterns quite a bit there, and of course that's being bolstered by the other 2 decks Red Winter has brought.
Yes, exactly. And my favorite, I started, it was, you said like you liked Ziggs and Talia, and I was like at first against it, but as how well it performed, I think I will go and say like it is actually pretty decent against the meta currently of what we've been seeing here.
Certainly, and there's so many cards that I suppose in the landmark archetype that don't get played. There's so many different ways to build it. I mean, with the recent Safety Inspector buff, for example, that 6 mana card that was now a 5/5/5, like that's a new way to try to close out games. Um, yeah, I really like that. I think there's a lot of scope for improving this deck.
Yes, so let me check out again if they have been kind of like updates me on if Sugar or Crook A won the game, because they both don't want to add me, so I don't really know. They didn't really write in Discord. I think it is kind of like I don't know. What would you say? What do you feel?
I don't know how to feel. I feel as though I'm having a great time co-casting this competition. There's been some great games.
Yeah, I mean, it is sounding pretty amazing. That it's almost over, but it felt like it went by pretty fast. I mean, I'm like usually not doing some sort of things like this, never been like doing this, and I think I kind of sort of like it, and it feels like I'm a different person now for some
I mean,
reason.
it hasn't been too bad. I mean, sure, the bracket hasn't been particularly updated, and sure, um, you didn't win best dressed on your own stream. But look, these things happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like glad to have you on my first one because I really,
Aw,
yeah, I'm pretty much like I wouldn't be able to do this alone, and it would be feeling quite awkward as well to talk on my own. When you were gone for 2 minutes, I felt like I
I
felt
felt
like
lost.
I felt like lost. Yes, exactly. Like where do I go? What do I do? And how I do it though. But it's like we did this like we yeah say
We
like
did it together
we did
through
it
the power of,
together.
teamwork makes the dream work. That's what they say.
Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work.
Now, in terms of teamwork, there'll be no teams because there are only, I think, what, 2 players left at this stage, maybe 3, depending on where we are at results. So let's try to get the attention of the remaining players. Is it just Red Winter and Croc AI left, or is
It is
Sugar playing against Croc at the moment?
Sugar playing against Krog, but they are not friending us, and we're trying to get their attention.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I'm friends with them just so I can
Well, you
keep an
can
eye on what's
sure
going
do
on.
it. They are not on my friend list. I did not get requested a friend request on either of the accounts I'm
See,
possessing. So,
the trick is to be popular enough to just have these guys as friends anyway.
oh, I have Sugar on my second account, but not on my main account. This is actually quite weird.
Okay, I actually have neither of them, which is upsetting after I went on the whole thing. So yeah, I guess we just try to watch the. How do we even do this?
Well, they are not in the game anymore, which is quite confusing.
Okay, let's
And
take a look at the Discord and see if they've commented the results. Maybe they have, and then everything's gonna be fine.
I just wrote Sugar if they will kind of say something. No, they okay, they say something in the chats. They don't really
Oh,
seem to.
yeah, Sugar's last result was them against Nimadra, who I think was Fred, for 2-0 there. So yeah, let me just try and get in touch with Sugar or Croc and see what the story is.
Yes, so it seems like Sugar is writing in the chat but not responding of who won the game. Maybe they're gonna be just adding me. Wait. Why? Oh, here we go. It seems like sugar adds me on the game.
Okay, that's a start.
So seems like that they added me. That means like that means like that doesn't definitely mean something like the sugar one. But let me just ask before, and they're gonna be playing very soon the next match.
Which will be our
Oh,
semi-final
okay.
or final.
So we gotta notice they haven't even started the game. So Croc and
Oh,
Sugar hasn't even started the game. So we're gonna be seeing the next game.
sweet. Okay,
All right.
so yeah, I messaged
Now
Brock as
fix
well
the
on Discord.
confusion. So we're gonna be seeing Sugar and Croak EU. Now this is actually pretty much interesting and very good as well, because we gotta see the last couple matches. So this is a very important one. We saw the Red Winters and the opponents as well, and we were gonna see Sugar as well as Croaky fight against each other. So we're seeing the top 3 fights. That's good. That's good.
Yep. So we'll see this game, and then we'll go into the big main final. And yeah, Sugar, knowing that they need to win the when they win with the semis, they need to go against Red Winter and play against Kaisa, who they can ban, but like there's probably worse things there as well.
Exactly. I mean, so far Sugar has been picking very nice decks, and I believe it's gonna be kind of a very tough choice for Red Winter if they kind of fight against each other. But as we didn't see like how Croquet actually played, and we don't know what Croak is gonna be bringing, so we're gonna be seeing the match of Sugar play against Croak very soon. All right. It seems like they have some difficulties. Like, okay, tell me something tricky. How was your day? You really didn't have like a tie though.
Okay, so here's the thing. Firstly, I'm being abused by Red Winter for not show for because we're not showing games at the moment. When really they should be excited to listen to our fantastic commentary. Yeah, I have loads of ties. I don't have any bow ties. So, yeah. And when I heard you were gonna be wearing a bow tie, I was like, oh no, like what am I meant to do? I can't. Like, is there any point even to wearing a tie if it's not gonna be as nice as yours?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be honest, the problem here is it's very hot here, and I'm dressed up fully in my clothes, and I'm currently starting to sweat here. But I hope the game's gonna be over soon, or Craig is gonna be here, because
Look, I'm happy to hear you are in fact fully dressed for your tournament. That would be very poor if you stood up and you're there in your boxers or whatever, or worse. You probably wouldn't get a second one.
Alright, because the time is ticking and the game should be starting sooner, should we make a time limit before Croak comes back and or is gonna be disqualified?
Yeah, I think. Look, as far as I know, looking at the chat, has been communication between Sugar and Croc to say that the game is going to start. But yeah,
Okay, I'm gonna give what you say, 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
it's a bit harsh to say. It's a bit harsh to say anything less than 10 minutes, just because Croc did reach the semi-finals very early and could reasonably have said, "Okay, look, I'll go do something." So I think 10 minutes is fair.
Yes, I'm gonna give 10 minutes then for Kirk to get back and join the tournament. Otherwise, I can't really wait. We can't wait for everybody forever. And we have a final to play as well. So Kirk needs 10 minutes, and then we're gonna be seeing the next game.
Fantastic. So, in the meantime, how was your day, Nim? Have you get to play lore all day every day. So, how was that?
Yeah, obviously I'm streaming every single day as well. As usual, don't really stream at night. The reason as well I like to stream late on Thursday because I usually join tournaments as well called Mystic Shot. And big shout out to Mystic Shot tournament for helping me do the background work for making a tournament as well and helping me and all these things there because I had like so much questions how to do that, how to look at opponent's hand as well, do the spectate and all these things because it's not that easy. I mean, if you haven't done something like this in your life, then that's actually pretty hard. Every single thing that's new is hard, right?
Yep, sounds about right. But
What?
yeah, look, it is great you're able to get those bit of tips from the from Mystic Shot from Eric there, who does pretty much all of Mystic Shot, as far as I know, by himself. Maybe he gets a bit of help from the other guys, but look, it is great to have in whatever way a tournament scene here in the EMEA region, especially when so many of our really good players go over to America to play their tournaments. Like, hey guys, stay at home, bolster the local scene, and we can get better stuff.
Exactly. I mean, as you are, as me as well, we are small time streamers, and just to like to say that it is quite hard to do a setup of everything that's new. I mean, and setting up like OBS or something like that is actually pretty difficult. I had like almost 1 year experience of difficulties with my microphone, and I just figured that out. Like the problem was in my PC in the whole time. Like there was the software for the sound effects, and it kind of like mushed it over, like it didn't record perfectly because it wanted to adjust to the correct sound or something, and it kind of like messed up with the whole microphone.
All right, we take a look to see actually if this game has started now, because I see that Sugar should be ready to spectate.
Yes, so we see that.
Perfect. Let's go in, guys. And now we have the prediction that's ending. Well, by the time you hear this, it will have ended. So I suppose it's not worth telling you to get in there. Yeah,
Exactly.
let's see how this
So
goes.
we'll see very very shortly. They choosing the characters now and the decks.
So I'm looking forward to seeing what Croc is playing, because we haven't seen him all tournament. He made it all the way to the semi-final, and he must be doing something right.
yeah, exactly. I mean, Sugar did play something right. We know that. Of course, Sugar got very lucky playing against Fred. We bring the spice that should be kind of like considered like
The illegal spice, yeah.
the illegal spice. And sadly, Fred didn't manage to get further. But it is quite nice to see Sugar as well. And now we see Croak, you on the matches. We're seeing on
So
Croak
Giga
side
Chad aggro lineup here. Annie Jin.
Annie Jin and Victor and Seraphine over Sugar.
Okay, semi-final 2, which we've already seen semi-final 1. Let's I hope you guys are excited to see a semi. Let's go.
Alright, as a quirky knows, aggro is pretty much very great in the meta currently, as everybody is just trying to solve the problems by being aggressive. Oh, this is pretty interesting. Somebody actually main decks that bot though. I have not seen
Wow.
that main decked.
Quite good against aggro, as it turns out, but Croc is just going to keep doing stuff, and Sugar's going to need to be on the back foot for quite a while. Difficult turn here to see, do we bother developing the 2-1?
It
Instead
is.
we go for a stun.
Oh, that's a stun though. Instead of going for the 1 mana card for more damages, there's a Mystic Shot coming for Annie. Let's see, now we are able to see the opponent's hand. We see tons of big cards, which is quite bad against an aggro. For example, the Vengeance.
They're not really what you want, and even likes of the box, which traditionally should be good against aggro, is not, because this sort of aggro deck generally doesn't play all that many units in a given turn.
Exactly, and
Plays one or two big threats, and that's it.
yes, I mean, we see the play of Jin instead of doing the 1 drop and the 3 drop, so no trigger from Jin. That's kind of very, very much serious, and it could cause the on open attack to be a failure, or it actually
But
develops.
instead, we don't go for the open attack, and we could fall victim to this stun. Instead, going to play the Legion Saboteur, followed by a Doom Beast, I'd imagine.
I could be thinking Sugar is gonna be stunning a character or use the high notes onto one of the units, but it seems like he's waiting for the opponent to do anything. Okay,
Nothing actually done. Jin seeing 4 more procs. Can you tell me how far Jin is towards leveling now? I'd imagine he's at what, 6, maybe 7?
it's 6 per
6.
12 already in 2 per 3 trigger. It's gonna do 1 more damage if that fever is gonna trigger. This is massive damage. I'm very surprised for Sugar not using the stun against Jin. That would have led to a big damage.
The box and the high notes come out, really getting as much value as they could, and only taking, said, 7 damage this turn.
Okay, there's a fever here. It should trigger 1 more Jin as well, so that's 4 damage to the Nexus.
Certainly will, yeah.
We have a pretty small hand, no decimate, but we have at least 4 damage on Krog's hand, and no way for Sugar to heal back the HP.
Well, no way yet. I mean, they're a Vile Feast, they could just generate some crazy spell. I think we're sitting pretty comfortable here.
Krog has a problem here of triggering the Nightfall units at this point. Okay,
well, next turn they really can just develop. They can open develop whatever they draw, or maybe even stun, play some Doom Beasts, and call it a day.
Oh, open and develop would be kind of like triggering. It would trigger actually Jin's ability once as well. Actually goes for the stun right now.
I like this stun. It does it essentially deals 1 damage, because otherwise that Victor is going to kill our Crackshot Corsair. I like that a lot.
Well, technically, I guess it's actually game for Krog already. Wow, this actually took like 3 minutes, not gonna lie, that's not too much. Alright, here comes the question.
3 minutes is a long time, trust me.
Here comes the question. Do you open attack? Would you open attack, or would you develop? Because they might as well get lifesteal, don't they?
I think you open attack here. Because you have the Doom Beast in hand, you get this quite a bit of extra damage from the Jin. Yeah, I think you're fine to do this. Healing isn't real. Healing is cheating anyway. So
exactly. Not sure. Did Sugar actually trigger flow for the drum last turn?
I don't believe they did. No.
They use Victor, right? Victor spell. I don't believe as well that they triggered it. So drawing cards here actually is not good. And Jin levels on curve, leading to an unblockable 4 damage.
Very important that this 4 damage comes through. Yes,
that's
really well ordered.
That's important.
A lot of players make when they're playing any Jin, especially in the first few times. The ordering it needs to be quite important, especially when Jin is close to leveling.
Yeah, it seems like this is gonna be a game. There's no way the 4 damage that is unblockable and the 1 damage that is unblockable, or I mean, like, technically all I can read here is 6 damage that is unblockable plus that 1 damage through the Corsair.
And that is game for Croc in round 1. So going into round 2, I've heard rumors the Croc is on a entire Giga Chad aggro lineup. We'll see if that's the case.
So it seems like aggro is where it's at though. We've seen like combos so far. I think this is the first time I'm been seeing like normal aggro apart from Jinx and Draven. I mean, this Yeah, I mean this tournament has lots of varieties. I'm very glad that's how it went.
You spoke of Draven Jinx. We could be looking at it right now because I see Noxus and I see PNZ in the lead of Croc.
OMG, it actually is Draven and Jinx, and we see again against Victor and Seraphine. So that's how it is. I was speaking of the devil, summoning the Jinx. So that's how it will be.
That's quite a nice hand. So we have Zonite doing Zonite things.
Well, technically for Sugar, I feel like Sugar has a good hand as a cat, a Vile Feast, and Quietus's, but Quietus can be so much negated through vision that is...
Yeah, as soon as Draven hits the board. Honestly, Croc's hand, I change my mind, it's not good. I've changed my mind on this one. It could be a lot better. And
I this is the reason I said it as well. It is quite awkward to actually not having a good curve and not having anything to discard. Meanwhile, Vile Feast is much better, and Quietus, and well, technically the good control cards. And Draven hits the board.
Pretty neat here that we do get the opportunity to develop for the Battlecaster into these double poros, and probably still have mana up to cast vision at any given stage as well, which is very good because it allows us to play around Quietus particularly well.
Exactly, and in that case as well, opponent has Sugar has Quietus to remove the tutor, the Battlecaster. It is kind of worrying because they can buff it. There is clearly in hand and Spinning Axe definitely going to be cast, but
I mean, is it definitely going to be cast? I mean, it probably should, but like, what do you discard?
Well, technically, for me, I would have discarded the 4-mana card, Crowd's Favorite already.
Yeah, I think that's what we do.
Because
so we get to play the Poro now.
Yes, because it's very hard to actually develop here. It was just to bait out this card.
Or second Battlecaster even. That's even better.
Well, yes. Well, I would have not... Well, I'm not sure now.
It's a bit rough. Of course, the second Quietus is very awkward because you're kind of forced to use it, and then Vision comes out, and it's just...
Exactly.
Makes so much damage.
Well, it is gonna be pretty much, but there is the Victor top deck. I didn't even realize that it was drawn. It's gonna be revolving around, blocking one unit only, just to get destroyed by Vision on burst speed.
Okay, so yes, we've lost our Victor. However, opponent has Croc has no cards or any use.
There is Rummage right now at the moment, so there might be a chance to get new cards.
I guess, but it's a bit
at this point, I would have not went for display, but I don't think this is bad. Sugar goes for the quietest play. So, okay. Alright.
Okay, we need to rummage here. We just don't have anything useful.
Oh, no. But technically, this is not so bad because Battlecaster gets to trigger lots of units. And since we develop all the board, we run out of cards and they don't have to worry about cards anymore.
However, Aftershock can come in for 2 mana and just deal with the Battlecaster, and suddenly this game is probably just over. Sugar has stabilized. If they have an answer to Jinx as she comes down, they're fine, which they do. And
well, even Jinx won't really hurt too much because there is the Talstone, which is gonna be using to sack the spider to remove anything that's big.
Of course, now we have some really great options coming from Regina over here. One of which is Venus Resurrection, 1-mana Victor.
Fun Club. I mean, Vin Club. Yes, exactly. The nerf on Fun Club
And
was
yeah,
not
that's
enough.
probably it. We can just skip to the end of this game at this, especially with Victor drawing Challenger. This game is over.
Yeah, I mean, then we see a third match against Sugar and Croak, which gonna be pretty interesting. And there we are! A very, very excellent top deck.
Great top deck. I just don't think it's going to be enough.
And the
And
deny!
especially deny. Wait, do we generate deny? We just actually generate deny from.
Wait, where did the deny come from? From
We generated it from the bar.
from the bar? The bruh, this tournament barkeeper is on. I don't know what.
Oh my god, that's illegal.
That's
Actually, so illegal.
bro. Literally game winning the games. The one random card. It didn't really need to be played twice. That one card, you get it,
Oh my god,
won the game.
so stupid.
This is the idea. Surfing or
It's
Fun
flipped
Club.
already, and we have undergrowth.
It's
Undergrowth
like
will go
they are not
twice.
winning the game. It's the barkeeper that wins the game. Totally.
Come on, just surrender this so we can all go next.
Exactly. There is removal, aftershock, healing. Even, oh my god, look at the cards from Seraphine. Literally board clear for the opponents.
Yeah, double board clear as well, not just regular board clear, but like really good board clear.
Exactly.
Toss 6, but like we could give a shit, right? We just
So there's no way to play. Well, technically, Aftershock is now 3 mana. It wouldn't kill a Jinx immediately if it was being drawn. Now, this is pretty unfortunate. Very high Victor.
true. However, we drew, having drawn our Seraphine, we actually can
And the
kill
lifesteal.
Jinx
This
on
is
the
game.
spot.
Yeah, the game.
Yeah, this game is just over. Just come on, Croc.
That's how it
We
is.
all have families, or at least I don't know, snacks that we want.
Well, Croak is not giving up the chance of winning the tournament. There is just Housefire. It just don't seem to want to win the
There's something
game.
about like getting to the semi-finals to wait so long to play it and then get absolutely high rolled.
That's how it is, my dudes. But don't you worry, they are the top 4. They go home as victorious, not like losers. They get the reward, but they don't get the high reward chances to get number 1. But only one person can get. But that's how life is.
Certainly, and going back to this game, finally Croc croaks and calls it up, and we get to go to a game 3.
There goes the second game. So 1-1 against Crook versus Sugar. So we're gonna be seeing the last match, and then it's gonna be Red Winter against the winner. We already saw like Croak playing Jinx and Draven. We didn't see Sugar last deck. What was Sugar's last deck?
Sugar's last deck just recently was P&Z and Shadow Elves. So this deck here is, I've not seen this yet.
Did we not see it? Oh,
We haven't seen
Noravegar.
Noravegar yet. And
So we
this
didn't
is
see
going to
it.
be miserable. It's going to be so miserable. All this deck does is control. It doesn't actually have a game plan. It just stops the opponent.
Well, if I would have been Croak, I would have gone not for Jinx and Draven, but Jinx and Echo. That deck's been popping off because of how good Echo is. Wait, did I say Echo or Draven? Am I confused?
You said Echo, yeah. You
Yes.
said Jinx Echo, yeah.
Yeah, Jinx Echo. I played it today, and I feel like that deck is one of the best Jinx decks I ever played. But let's not give up, though. We're seeing a very big push from Croak, not even hesitating, knows what he's doing or it's doing or whatever. I'm kind of like not very bad at this, but Croak knows what Croak is doing. But let's see how Sugar is responding.
Yeah, Croc knows what's up. He's gonna play his deck as best he can. The issue is that as best as he can play it, is just not going to be very good against this type of deck that literally exists to control the board for so long. It has board clears, it has single target removal, it has healing. It really is, a fantastic control deck. And
Hey,
while, Croc is playing one of the best aggro decks, there are certain breakpoints that they're going to struggle with. Now, looking at Sugar's hand, it's not fantastic, but their turn, like this box, is going to find value at some stage.
okay, we see some elusive blocker, and Sugar not hesitating to attack there.
Oh, I don't know about the letting that one through. I mean, another unit is another unit.
Well, exactly,
Crowd
and
favorite,
then,
however, rewarding that quite something, and
well,
yeah, that's gonna be tough.
we got a big unit, and also from Croak for not blocking that rabbit lady Nora, because now Nora is going to be summoning another unit, and it's going to be pretty much pain, because that's exactly what Croak doesn't want, for Sugar to have more units than Croak has attackers. But now at least the one Poro will be enough for actually exactly killing Nora in attack, which makes Sugar be hesitating to block, but there is no way.
Yeah, there's some tough decisions here. I mean, you're taking 6 regardless, and you're losing your board. The trouble, like, I don't know, maybe there's a Withering Whale somewhere in this list, and that would make things very, very spicy. But as of right now, it's like, oh, what do you do?
Exactly, but don't you worry, Sugar has an answer with the Wild Feast for that Poro. Sadly, both Poros got feasted, and it's gonna be no longer a problem for elusive Nora to hit face again and develop another big board.
Yeah, so Draven is an option now. We can play Draven and a House Spider, and then we have the Experimenter once our hand is empty, pretty much empty next turn. So things are looking good.
Exactly. I mean,
Veigar probably gonna have to find his niche soon,
so
but we're
yes,
good to swing here, and hopefully the opponent develops further into our box.
exactly. And now when House Spider is gonna calm down, that's the time when there's gonna be some
Yeah,
boxes
we
happening.
don't get a better box than this, so we just send this and hope that the seam doesn't hit us too hard next turn. Because
Exactly.
Experimenter is going to remove Nora. We've 2 portals now in the top 4 cards of our deck, so that's important to consider.
That was very excellent. I mean, not excellent, but very scary choice of not going for the augmented experimenter for removing Nora from the enemy side, because it's leveled already. And look at
And we
that.
find the Mirai Great Mother.
The Great Mother. Oh, nice.
Of course, we only actually leveled Nora because we pulled a 2-drop that summoned a 1-drop, then leveled Nora, and then drew our second card. That's quite some good luck on the side of Sugar. This guy's luck is in. I can't stress enough. This guy is good at card games.
Exactly. Sugar does what everybody needs to learn from. Drawing
They
cards,
draw better.
draw beta, and summon beta units randomly from the random pools. This is exactly how to do things. Well,
I've spoken to a number of players before, and okay, I'm not sure what those blocks are. We should have just swapped the Mirai Warden and the 1/1 there, but okay. I've spoken to so many players before, and they seem to struggle with this idea that you should just draw better cards. That helps you win games. Draw what you need when you need it. It's not that difficult.
exactly. Ooh, this is the top deck Croak was not looking for. Can't play her without worrying about losing her again. There's gonna be an attack there. That's a weird attack because it
It's
trades.
a really weird attack because I think Veigar's spell is so invaluable in this type of matchup that you might want to hold on to it.
I would have totally taken a Veigar kill over there, unless they have like a way to get it back. But I would have traded.
I think you do. I think you do. You take that trade just because darkness is in hand and you know that it's dead anyway. So
I think. Okay, so let me think. Oh wait, darkness only does 2 damage. There's a, and there is the minimurph.
Yeah,
Okay.
not having it. Just good night.
No, that's not happening. We still have the fearsome, overwhelm units. They could be potentially pretty strong, so there is a chance for either Ruination or Death-and-Ada. Death-and-Ada would definitely win the games. That would be definitely an open attack if that would happen. And there is a very neat card. A stick.
Yeah. Destinator will sort things out next turn. The experimenter comes down. So long as there is a next turn, things are okay. But things are
Well,
looking a bit tight here.
I think I'm pretty much still
We just have to
confident.
runate. Yeah. I think it's Runation here.
He didn't take the Ruination. He took that play. And there
Okay,
is
we'll take a different
two
line.
Jinx. Oh, wait, hold on. Two Jinxes? Wait, isn't that lethal? For next turn?
It's a lot of damage. Now we do have initiative here to defend first, so we can play one of these darknesses to kill the battlecaster maybe.
Yeah,
But,
Battlecaster needs to be removed and then attack with the rest.
or we play Event Horizon and
Oh,
that
immediately
also
go
does
for
the
the
job.
stun. Okay, that's a confusing stun though. I mean, did the stun before Battlecaster increase the strength, but there's definitely gonna be two attacks which gotta be blocked by them two units.
At least we keep our Veigar alive by doing that, and if we're gonna spend our if we're gonna spend it, we might as well. If we're gonna spend the Veigar, we need to
Draven.
keep our Veigar alive, and there comes Destinata, and this is gonna deal 3 to everything, at least maybe 4.
Okay, so I think I would have waited until. Well,
Oh,
it really didn't matter, right? And now it needs to be played pretty well. The one drop urchin needs to be played without discarding any card, isn't it?
yeah, okay, I suppose that's what you do. Yeah, you play that line to encourage them to actually use it. So you can now you can play.
I don't know if
Sunlight,
Croak
Jinx,
knows
get
that you
excited.
don't have to discard a card, or or he just went to draw a card anyways because it will be discarded nonetheless.
That is lethal. I'm like,
Ah,
Yeah.
yes, that's lethal now. Yep.
wow,
Yeah.
incredibly well done from Croc to see this one out.
Yeah, that was a good game. I mean, very much luck, but
Very well done.
yeah, calculated. We didn't see like the
No,
victory.
honestly, I have to give huge props to Croc there. That was really well navigated in a very tough matchup. And,
Exactly. Yeah, it was
Impressive.
very much well played. Right,
Yeah.
props
I'm
to
gonna
Krug.
take a 1 minute break before we get into the final, and I'll talk to you in a moment.
Yep. So 1 minute break. I didn't prepare for a break scene in this place, but we're gonna be kind of like talking for 1 minute for about like I'm alone. Help me, Tricky. All right. How well was the games though? I was pretty surprised. I thought like there's gonna be no victory for Draven and Jinx. I was like already burying Croaks for this carrier over here, but now we just saw like who or two final players gonna be in the finals. It's gonna be Red Winter and Korg. Nice, good game. So after they started playing their game very soon, we're gonna be seeing how we even see the aggro versus combo decks and mid range. It is about like Ziggs and Talias. Like my memory short span is just very short, so it kind of like forgot all the decks I've been seeing today. But the most important one is gonna be the Ziggs and the Talia. But it's gonna be very awesome games very soon. And the Harrier.
I've just returned here, so hopefully we get to see these games shortly.
Yes. What do you say about Jinx and Draven? Did you thought like Jinx and Draven will win?
Oh, not a hope. I had full confidence that the darkness type deck would win, and yeah, I would have bet a substantial sum of money. Fortunately, I didn't because wow, it was just so well played from Croc here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Croc was doing the things what the aggro player does, draw the aggro cards, and did draw pretty well, especially drawing like 2 Jinxes and managing to level them up and doing exactly so. This is the time like the buff for Jinx actually came in handy, because the previous Jinx would not would not just level up and give you the Mega Rocket. It would just level up and that's all. But now there
Yeah, but
is Rocket as well.
I mean the important thing there is that I would have sworn that the correct thing to do was just to play the Zonet Hurt naturally and play Jinx and use Get Excited onto the face normally, but yeah, they dug a bit deeper in their deck, and yeah, well played.
All
So what
right.
do we have now? We have a very mid-range deck or lineup against a very aggro line.
Exactly. It's gonna be pretty interesting. I don't really see too much hope for a deck like Ziggs Intalia to be played, and
It's gonna struggle, yeah,
it's gonna
which means
struggle
that
against aggro, especially. I mean, we
which means
didn't
Crocky is going to force it to be played. That's for sure.
exactly. It's gonna be pretty very very fast game for the last game, I suppose, and yeah, I mean, technically, I think Ziggs Intalia is gonna be very much struggling against aggro. I've been kind of like not having any success against the aggros playing that type of decks as well, and it's possibly not gonna be advanced.
Yeah, well, look, we will have to see. Now, are we in a position that we can start this final game? Have we given instructions even to the players?
Yes, I wrote in Discord they can start a game, but maybe they didn't see it. Let's write
Perfect.
on the second channel as well. Maybe they're gonna be kind of like going for it. They are. The final is here, and everybody's waiting. What everybody's waiting for.
I'm excited. It's been a long night. We've already been live for 4 hours. Like,
Exactly.
you know me. I stream for like 2.5 hours maximum. So 4 hours already is pretty, that's something.
Do you have actually work as well? And
Oh, you know it. Yeah, I did a 8 hour day of work today, followed by this, followed by an 8 hour work day tomorrow. Can't wait.
exactly. Do you have to wake up in the morning or something?
Usually, yeah. Usually I have to wake up in the morning. I'll be, it's home office at least, so I don't have to wake up until like 8:30. But like still, it's it's a long fucking day, but it's fine.
Okay, so Crick is waiting for Red Winter to post their list on Balfi so they know each other's deck before gaming. So they
Perfect.
have actually some clue of what they are having. Usually, some people just kind of like print screen the deck list and they're gonna have like 3 pictures they can look at. So when I was in the seasonal, I was doing the trick called going into the game of others. I mean, going into the game with somebody on the seasonal, and then checked out on Lore Master or whatever website what their previous game is, so I have a
Yeah.
knowledge of what kind of decks they have.
We've all done it. We want to know, even though it doesn't matter too much, we want to know ahead of time what's going on. It helps.
Exactly.
It's comfort.
Exactly. So they started their game already, Croak and Red Winter. So we're gonna be
In
seeing.
which case, let's dive right in. There is a Gamba, which by the time I say this, we'll still have about 2 minutes left. So make sure you get your votes in as quickly as possible, everyone. We've quite a spectacle here. The finals of the very first TNG tournament. Let's go.
Yes, it was a very exciting night, and finishing right now like this is pretty pog, if I can say that.
Okay, so Croak's last deck is which we didn't get to see in the last one, is Teemo Zoe, which is on brand for what he was trying to do, or what they were trying to do at least, for the for the first few games, it goes face, it doesn't do interaction, it just tries to win.
Exactly, and the opponent is playing the Kaiser deck that is a combo deck, and I mean a tempo deck. I could say a tempo deck. They are playing. Red Winter is playing tempo, Korg is playing aggro. Let's see who wins this. It's pretty interesting.
I mean, one would have to think that, you know, you have to give it the benefit to the elusives. I don't think Red Winter's running sharp sights. If they are, that's going to help a lot. Maybe they get a challenger off one of these 1/1s. That'd be pretty helpful too.
Well, I presume they don't really run any sharp side because we didn't see it in last time, and I don't think they even run that. That card has been not seeing that much play ever since the nerf of 1 power to be 1/3 instead of 2/2.
And he was long overdue with that as well. So let's see. Zoe could get her open swing here, but we probably should develop something, right?
Well, I presume like Kaisa doesn't really have any answers early on. There's a very high chance of just developing here every single turn for Krog. Also, aggro players think like aggro. Smork.
Of course, they'll play cards and they'll go face, and they'll deal with the consequences later.
Exactly. If they lose, they lose. If they win, they win. That's how they think. At least it was not a pain for long, for like playing against like a long surfing game for 20 minutes or 40 at some times, like I did, and then still lose. That feels bad. But losing against aggro doesn't feel that bad.
I wouldn't know. I don't lose.
You wouldn't know because you wouldn't lose.
Exactly. So choosing not to. Oh, so we're being open attacked on here. So,
we see that yes, not attacking with that 1-drop kind of says that Red Winter doesn't have any sort of buff. It's kind of like giving a big hint for Croak. I mean, losing it or giving a hint, I don't know.
I'm super down to just take the 3 here because if we can push all this elusive damage later on,
there would be
impact
no
being
reason
drawn
to
on the
block
void
here
link
anyways.
it's kind of irrelevant, right? It's not a good keyword. And now we have some really nice plays because we found Shepherd, which enables all of our sudden surges.
There
Now we could
is
actually look.
there's no Shepherd. There is a weapon to increase Zoe. This could be leading to Zoe level up by kind of like triggering every single spell card and card with different names in the hands. I've been seeing a lot of players playing this deck and leveling up Zoe, and actually very, very surprising that they actually do level up Zoe. And even though
Yeah, I think a lot of it is because you have to spend so much resources just to, you know, think, firstly to think about what you're doing, but also just to not die while you're dealing with Zoe. That the fact that you can level up kind of has to be forgotten about for a while, and then suddenly it's like, oh wow, she's 8 out of 10, and when you go to kill her, she flips. It's like, oh no, that's a pain.
Exactly. I mean, it's always not expected to Zoe to level up because Zoe haven't seen any level up. Oh, there it is! A Kaisa level up and evolve every single unit. It seems like very much a big hit for Red Winter to Croak not be able to do anything. There's gonna be second hand for the scout. Croak has no answer, it seems. Or they actually play the Shepherd instead of trying to find the stun Crescent Strike through the Zoe spell. Celestial card.
Now, here's an interesting one. We see the Blooming Cultist in hand, which is a card you don't usually see in this deck that Croak has decided to bring anyway.
Right?
That is the 3/2 elusive, I think it is, with a tune.
Oh, that one? I don't know if that's actually a bad choice. I've been seeing like people play that actually, but I feel like the butterfly is seeing as well the same amount of play and it is good. And then we see no scout but spell shield from Red Winter going into the safe instead of the sound.
Okay, like I can understand this, but like really, it's a case that, you know, with the cards they have now, that Croak is looking to win on the next turn, and we know, looking at Red Winter's hand, that there's not a goddamn thing they can do about it.
It actually baffles my eyes. I don't know the reason behind the scout not being the number one chosen thing, as well as Zoe not being able to attack. So there is one more chance for Croak to attack and win the game or lose the game right here. So there has to be like spending all their resources just to try out and do everything at
Can you
once.
give me a look to see what Zoe's level up here is? I'd imagine we're at least 8 at this stage.
We are at
6.
6 per
Okay.
10, so it's pretty far away. I would possibly only go for Zoe to level up and win the game. I would not even care. I would have gone for that 2-mana spell and play the the cultist elusive character. And there is the lethal.
That's the first round. Yeah. That's it.
That's it.
Good job.
Yeah, exactly. That was the first round. See, I told you that it's gonna be a fast games with Croak getting here with
Very quick out of the gates. Croak is here to play aggro and drink milk, and he's all out of milk. Let's go.
It's all about like playing fast games. Croak doesn't have time to play this game, just wants to win the game and wants to win the tournaments as soon as possible.
Yeah. Croak clearly has 2 other tournaments to play tonight and is in quite a hurry.
Exactly. So then the next deck for Croak is going to be Jinx and
Discard
Draven.
aggro. Yes.
So
Whereas Red Winter decides to run it back with the same deck, which really is going to struggle against this because
well, anyways, Red Winter has to win with that deck, and Red Winter is like, if I'm gonna be losing, if I'm gonna be playing, I have to play this anyways. But maybe Red Winter thinks like this deck is better against this deck. He has to play both of the decks against the Jinx and Draven, so there's no reason to think too much about it.
Okay, of course we can't block this 1/1. It's quite fortunate Red Winter does find a 1-drop against his deck because they really need it. If you don't have a 1-drop and a 2-drop against this, you're going to get run over.
It seems like Kirk has a very nice cards of drawing lots of push damage early on, and there goes the rummage away for the Poros. That's a very surprise play here. Do we see Urchin play right now, or what do we see now?
I honestly think we see Urchin being played onto the Vision here just to push as much damage as possible, and also thinner hand quite significantly.
Exactly. I think the reason Rummage was gone is because of how fast Jinx can be leveled up at this point, almost on curve as well.
Yes, Jinx, really, we can get there very quickly. Like, if we find a burst speed spell, we're pretty happy.
Okay, it seems pretty awkward for Red Winter for taking that much damage.
That is not what we need to see just this early. It's a bit too early to see the Augmented Experimenter.
Exactly.
Very happy to take 4 here from both the attacks.
It doesn't even care anymore. Takes all damages. Alright.
So I could see not playing I don't think we play the 2-drop here because if we draw Rummage, we just win.
Oh my, what a top deck. It is definitely gonna be very tough for Red Winter to play around a challenger.
Yeah. And Red Winter, unfortunately, being forced to just play these big single units that aren't going to help them win the game anytime soon.
Even controls the full board and also removes space for the next champions Cork is going to be playing. There's already 7 HP, and you know what 7 HP means with Jinx. We already learned.
Get excited and a rocket. That's it.
We already knew that from the previous game. That's how it's gonna be going, but can't really trigger Jinx at this round. Can Crocus?
What we can do is play Jinx this turn after the attack, of course, or even before the attack. Doesn't really matter too much. Followed by that, we'll go into the next round with 6 mana plus 3, which means we can play the Augmented Experimenter and have a really good chance of drawing into one of our Jinxes or one of our Rockets.
Exactly, and opponents can actually see and negate the draw and discard, so that's gonna be a bit of a problem. But attacking like that, Draven generates another spinning axe, making Jinx level up immediately.
Very possible. We can actually level her up this turn.
We could actually yes, exactly. We can level up this turn as well, which would lead us to 2 card draws and possible chances of
And a
2
very
rockets.
good chance of being able to generate a rocket. Yep.
Exactly.
Croc is not taking any prisoners here and is very much looking to win the game
Don't
very,
need
very
to,
soon.
can't take the time, like Croc ran out of milk. Exactly what you said.
So Rock comes in, we get to see that nice long animation, lovely animation, and the fact that it only goes that long once is fine. So it all comes down to, do we draw burn and do we draw ways of dealing effectively? Quickly to
Ooh,
the next
what
here.
a bad draw here. Needs to be playing both cards. Red Winter has a chance to do Cataclysm immediately, leading Red Winter to win the game.
Round 3. Let's go.
Alright, so it's not gonna be over so soon.
We got one more shot, guys. Last
Okay.
I saw the vote was very, very close for both sides.
Okay,
I'm
this is getting very exciting. Like without getting exciting, I was very, very, very close though from Croak to win 2-0 against Red Winter, but unlucky for Croak not getting
Unlucky for him, but his losses are gained because now we get a 3rd game for a
Exactly.
grand final. Like, you don't want to see a wash in your first final, right? You want to see
Exactly.
blood, sweat, and tears, and that's
Yeah.
exactly what we have here.
Exactly. Perfect for my first tournament. That is gonna be so exciting for the last match. Again, we are seeing Jinx and Draven, but for the opponents, for Red Winter, we're seeing Ziggs and Talia. That's very interesting. So we have a very easy early game. But for Red Winter, doesn't look too bright, does it?
We're really pushing quite some damage here. 4 on turn 1 against Red Winter, who doesn't really... They have some stuff. I mean, they can play a Drop the Bomb next turn. They can play Rise of the Arcane the following turn if they want to. There's lots of things they can do. But those things aren't winning the game. They're just all not losing the game.
Exactly. That's an interesting thing, to play a Poro into the landmark instead of like a random scrap you don't care about. But I guess Croak doesn't care. Gets they get excited. Could actually get excited. The 3-1 to get another unit and remove one. Actually goes.
The damage comes in.
Actually
That's a
goes
lot.
for the vision and phase. The game is about to end in just 4 turns.
You know what they say about face. It is the place, and that is certainly a place where all of this damage is going, while we set up for a massive swing on our next turn.
Exactly, that's how it is. It was pretty interesting, pretty great draw. Now's the time for Croak to go wide, and then next turn just play a big old Overwhelm unit. That's pretty hard to remove.
Now, the Overwhelm unit isn't going to be that big now, because we only have 3 other units, so we got what yeah, it's not ideal.
It's not very ideal, but it's better than anything. And there is another unit.
Oro cannon, and that's something, because that allows us to get the team even larger.
Oh wow, that actually makes my org the big org. So
Yeah, so now the team goes to a 6-5 with Overwhelm, and that's unfortunate because
that would be lethal, wouldn't it?
well, we now have to use Right of the Arcane to destroy it, to kill Vasim.
So it actually did work out that the Poro was defeated. Red Winter expected that the Ogre is gonna be kind of like played but it wasn't played as big that it survived on Arcane.
And suddenly, Red Winter is kind of stabilizing on this one. They have a Talia next turn. They have Safety Inspector.
Oh
Yeah.
my.
Oh, all was going well until, yeah, Jinx
Until,
top deck. Croc is just built different, constructed alternatively, and fabricated differentially. This guy is a gamer.
yeah, this is how we can determine like Croc has the better gaming chair. It is gonna be pretty hard to live after this. Not seeing Red Winter having any negation, and maybe this time around Jinx is gonna be not drawing again. I mean, not again. A
Amazing
card.
top deck. I mean, the odds of, yeah, just better player, just skill diff.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see if there's gonna be any bad cards. Perhaps something Croc can't
What's
play.
interesting, actually, it's exactly 5 minutes since Jinx leveled up in the last game. Like literally, I can see on the stream that Jinx just leveled up as this Jinx leveled up. So that just shows how fast Croak is playing these games.
And you can see now how Jinx level up buff happens to be so much stronger. I mean, before Jinx would level up immediately when you run out of cards, but generating rockets, it's actually way too much. And I think that's game,
That
right?
is game. Looking at the hand of Red Winter, there is no way that they can stop this. The rocket is generated. The GG emotes should come out, and we have our champion.
Yeah.
Croc is the winner of the very first Team Nymuel Gaming tournament. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Craig. That was very interesting game, seeing like how aggro is the most powerful deck during this tournament. It seemed like Craig has like unbeatable session, beating everybody with fast-paced games, and Craig was just waiting for others to finish their games, while Craig has just won the game in 5 minutes.
Look, it took this long to get here, and look, I'm glad they made it. They waited a long time here. They probably waited longer between games than they spent playing games. But look, such is the life of an aggro player. And yeah, I think we're just probably waiting for confirmation, in the chat that that game is finished. But otherwise, I think we're good to go. Numal, how do you feel? The very first
Exactly.
tournament behind you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very glad or my first tournament went pretty well, and thank you again for joining Tricky for co-hosting me and helping me run everything smoothly. And it was very fun to chat with you during the time of like seeing how well these people actually played. I actually, by the way, just before you say something, I asked Croak if Croak wants to like say something in stream, like say something how Croak feels.
All right, sounds good. If we can get him in, that'd be ideal.
Exactly. I mean, I think all about like jumping around, dancing, and being like yes, yes, yes in the room. After that,
You have to give him a whole minute of that until he sits down again and like gets back to real life. But
exactly.
while we wait for Croc to come in, yeah, look, it's been great to stream this tournament with you. I'm glad to be here as one of your sort of followers, subscribers, and friends and all that to be here for your first tournament. And delighted it went well.
Yeah, exactly. It went very, very well. And yeah, I'm very glad everything turned out the way it did. And even though everything was something like was chaotic, like problems have been like not going the way, and there was like minor issues as well, like people trying to cheat because I had the mobilistic add-on on the stream for half of the tournament.
Now, sorry to interrupt. We do have confirmation from Croc that they would like to pop onto the stream to say a few words, so we get them set up on that.
Yes. Waiting for Crow to go into the waiting room of the voice chat on Discord, and then we'll ask a couple questions of like I ask a question and you ask a question, Tricky, about like how does he feel or whatever.
Yep, sounds like a good plan. So hopefully we can get him in shortly. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to hearing from how how he fared throughout this tournament, because obviously we didn't actually get to see any of his games until he got to the semi-finals.
Exactly. I mean, we didn't see anything like before as well, but now we're gonna be hearing some things about it. Hold on. Wait, hold on a second. Maybe. Hold on. Maybe we can do a private call. Can I do like add another person
there,
here?
Nymuel?
Hello. I will add you to the group chat with me and Tricky.
Okay.
Maybe that's better instead of the Discord server.
Sure.
Yo. Hello, Croc. How are you?
Hello. How you doing? How do you feel?
Hello, Croc. How are you? Congratulations on your win.
You hearing?
Yeah, look, we're very happy that to be here to see your result.
Yeah.
I suppose how do you feel? What's your initial reaction to being the very first winner of the Team Nymuel Gaming tournament?
Exactly. Well, we might have like some technical difficulties. He's in the chat, right?
Yeah, I mean, we were watching it and we thought the same. Like looking at the games and how close you were to, I suppose, running out of resources, especially with the Jinx versus Veigar Nora deck, but managing to turn it around at the end. That must have, that really must have given you the drive to go ahead and just win the whole thing. If you can get through that, you can get through anything.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I feel like I was like trying to maybe find like an out on game 2 versus the Seraphine deck. I felt like I was so close to just winning, but I couldn't quite make it. And then in game 3, I just got like a super good start versus the Veigar Nora, and I just managed to clutch the win there. And then I think in the finals, I just had like a super good lineup. I think that this format is very fun. There's a lot of diversity, but sometimes it feels like you can just lose on deck select, on lineup select, because Red Winter's lineup was very bad into me. He was double Demacia and play 6, so I felt very confident that I could win. And on
Of
the other
course, like
hand, we
seeing
had
your
like
lineup,
my
I have no
semifinals
doubt
match.
Leah Ziggs was going to get to play. Like it was a deck that just crumbles against aggro, and of course, then you pick
Yeah.
Nymuel again,
Hold
which
on.
is the worst of the aggro decks. But look, I'm sure Nymuel wants to come in here to congratulate you and ask a few questions, so I'll leave him in.
Yeah. I mean, thank you very much for joining, everybody, and you as well, Croak, for joining the tournament. I'm very excited to see all these varieties of deck, and you are the only one I think I see picking only aggro, like very aggressive playstyle. And it did that turn out to be great. Why did you choose aggro, or did you had any thoughts of choosing aggro or something else?
So the funny thing is that I was originally planning on playing a different lineup, but this morning I found out I didn't have enough wildcards since I'm playing on my European account. So I decided instead to go for an aggro lineup because I think that the elusive deck, the Soy Timo deck, is completely broken. So I was looking for like 2 decks that would kind of like complement it, and I decided on Discard and Anijin. Just felt like the best 2 decks. It was either that or maybe like Scouts. Just like 3 super aggressive decks. And just like pray that I know I don't play into triple Shadow Owls.
Exactly.
But
I mean,
even when you did, you managed to win.
Yeah.
Good question, Croc. I suppose like an aggro player, not even an aggro player, but someone playing aggro, you get into this mindset that you want to get into a game, you want to play it quickly, you want to win it quickly, and move on to the next one. What was it like then to fly through the bracket and suddenly have to wait so long until your semi-final game, did you feel as though you were getting rusty? Was it like you had this desire, I want to play a game now, I want to keep moving?
No, so something that I did is I hit masters while I was waiting. I took a shower.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I hit masters. I was like diamond 2, so I was like, I mean, might as well just play elusives. I hit masters while I was waiting, so I felt pretty confident. I felt pretty good. The waiting was not an issue for me. I can understand it's being an issue for others, but like I feel like since it's like a game and you can play your computer, you can do other stuff. Will you wait? So I felt well. I felt very well.
Yeah,
All,
I mean,
all right.
yeah, thank you very much. I think that's gonna be enough because in here, my place, we are taking midnight and people
Yeah.
gotta be going to sleep. And thank you very
Can I
much
give
for joining.
Can I give one last shout out?
Yes,
Of
sure.
course, go ahead.
Yeah, shout out to my team, the Wobbly Wombats. I won a tournament yesterday as well, so I'm on a back-to-back streak, and I'm gonna play another tournament in a few hours. So hopefully I can do the back-to-back. Thank you so much for the tournament.
Yes.
Rock, congratulations on your win. Congratulations on your representation of the Wobbly Wombats, and have a fantastic rest of the day.
Yes, thank you very much for joining and congratulations.
Thank you. Bye.
Alright, so that's gonna be it for the stream of today. That was the tournament, and if you guys are interested in the bracket, you can still check it out, how it went.
I have left this chat, so I can't hear you, Nymuel.
It's okay. Hold on. It's fine. I mean, I accidentally went out. Anyway, I was
I'm
just
back.
kind of like saying like that. Thank you very much for everybody to join. It was a funny chaos. I think like with all these technical difficulties, it was making everybody like having some laughs and giggles. Anyways, it was pretty awesome first one, and technically that's gonna be it for today, right?
All right, no closing words from me. Nymuel, congratulations on your first tournament. It was a success, and I'll see all of you at another stage.
All right. Good night.